in the morning. You got me up, all cause you need to talk. To 4 in the evening, wanna break up, say that you've had enough. I'm tired of talking, again and again, argue about everything. You are my darling, this kiss and make up, I know you wanna touch. You call me every night, call me every day, I just wanna get you alone now. Trust me when I say, we gon' be okay, we just gotta boom bada boom ba. I don't wanna fight, you know that I'm right. Baby, let me talk to your body. We gon' be okay, hear me when I say.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know, even try to. Nobody can match you. Don't you for life. Sexy mind and body. You already got me now. Loving you madly. Girl, you might be matching your body. She no even trying, she got it. I'll be here beside you, anything I got you. You know play. All you do is shut down the runway. Looking dangerous like a gunplay. They all wanna grab you, on you like a tattoo. Hey, don't you fall like you know even try to. Nobody can match you. Don't you fall like sexy mind and body. You already got me now. Ellos no la quieren, 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 quieren. Ellos no la quieren, 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 quieren. Body moving, quieren, 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 quieren. She can do it, quieren, 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 quieren. So wild tonight. Waist beats are emotion round our body. When you do it slowly, you take me for a ride, yeah. I go see you through together, baby. You scatter the streets, your vibe is so divine. Don't you for lying, you know even try to. Nobody can match you. Don't you for lying, sexy mind and body. You already got me now. Ellos no la quieren, 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 quieren. Ellos no la quieren, 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 quieren. Body moving, quieren, 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 quieren. She can do it, quieren, 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 quieren. Yeah.
Jag minns ju den tid du gav mig life bila yo. Nu vill jag kunna ge tillbaka allt jag inte kunna ge förut. Det finns ju ingen annan där som kan stå här by my side, oh why. Sättet du rör på det får mig att dö för dig baby. För de här yardis, de vill ju bara dra ner oss. Men du är fett och vanlig. På det jag lägger all min tid och jag vill ha dig. Du får mig känna safety. Jag kan nog leda baby. Och jag kommer aldrig ändra mig. Aldrig, aldrig, aldrig. Kommer aldrig känna så här för någon annan än dig. Aldrig, aldrig, aldrig. Kommer aldrig känna så här för någon annan än dig. Varje gång jag bak på dig, jag tänker åh vilket kap jag har gjort. Jag skulle gå tillbaka till tid, göra om allt igen och förstå. Ser det som ett allt, det är dig jag vill wifa. De här yardis, de vill ju bara dra ner oss. Men du är fett och vanlig. På det jag lägger all min tid och jag vill ha dig. Du får mig känna safety. Jag kan nog leda baby. Och jag kommer aldrig ändra mig. Aldrig, aldrig, aldrig. Kommer aldrig känna så här för någon annan än dig. Aldrig, aldrig, aldrig. Kommer aldrig känna så här för någon annan än dig. Jag vet det bara life om igen. Jag vet det bara ta din tid. Jag vet det bara life och jag stay with me, please. Jag vet det bara life och mig jag vet det bara ta din tid. Jag vet det bara life och jag stay with me, please. Du lägger till, du är där för mig. Jag svär mitt liv kretsar runt dig, baby. Du bär på mina bebek så att när jag visionerar vår framtid. Låt mig hålla dig, baby. Hey, yeah, yeah. Kommer aldrig känna så här för någon annan än dig. Aldrig, aldrig, aldrig. Kommer aldrig känna så här för någon annan än dig. Jag vet det.
Got an H in my palm. My girl, she know she the one. I put the ice on her hand. I put some ice on her arm. See me shining in the light. Know you found me in the dark. Talking how you wanna leave. Girl, you made this far. Taking trips overseas. No, I won't be long. We came up from the weeds. Now it's top floor. All these big gets on her wrist. VVS is on her neck. Make it spinning, I don't stress. When I make it stretch. Double back to back then. Down broke, now we rich. Spend it on her, let her spin. Down with me to the end. That my best friend. That my best friend. That my best friend. I'ma spend it on her, cause she all mine. Spend it on a challenge, cause she all mine. There for my first cake, then we hit 100K. $500,000 on the way, then $1 million on the way. Eating good, full plates, eating good, say grace. Eat her up, get thanks. She got cake birthday. I can't waste no way, I can't waste no play. Okay. My girl, whoa, whoa, something like the baddest chick. My girl, whoa, whoa, came from the rags to rich. Hit the road running, I had to tell her I had to get it. She understood, but she spoiled, so when she get mad, she dip. All these big gets on her wrist, VVS is on her neck. Make it spinning, I don't stress. When I make it stretch. Double back to back then. Down broke, now we rich. Spend it on her, let her spin. Down with me to the end. That my best friend. That my best friend. That my best friend. I'ma spend it on her, cause she all mine. Spend it on a challenge, cause she all mine. All these big gets on her wrist, VVS is on her neck. Make it spinning, I don't stress. When I make it stretch. Double back to back then. Down broke, now we rich. Spend it on her, let her spin. Down with me to the end. That my best friend. That my best friend. That my best friend. I'ma spend it on her, cause she all mine. All these big gets on her wrist, VVS is on her neck. Make it spinning, I don't stress. Spend it on a challenge, cause she all mine. That my best friend. That my best friend. That my best friend.
something about the past by a group by the name of Troop called Mamacita Senorita. Troop was a very powerful group from the past that more or less amplified the sentiment about the allure and the beauty of Afro-Latina women, and also Latino women in general. But based on the show and the sentiment by Troop called Mamacita, So Glad to Meet You, it appears that there's a percentage of men within the contextual framework of America that are beginning to look abroad to find women that can find or more or less give them joy, peace, and happiness. I did a show in the past entitled Are Afro-Latina Women the New Black Woman? And the reason why I did that show is because so many young men and middle-aged men are saying that if they can't find their wife here in America, they're going to travel abroad. It's important to understand, based on the tenets of Dr. William Glasser, that needs drive behaviors. But my dear friend on tomorrow, Andre from Love Crossing Borders, got the Troop spirit as he found his wife Andrea abroad in Colombia, and he found his mamacita and his senorita, something that many men are beginning to do. I want you guys to be intentional on tomorrow and support this show and support this stream, as it may be the most comprehensive show that I've ever done. And then during this show, we're going to talk about the power and the vitality that so many men are looking for as it relates to beautiful women, but also as it relates to finding women in culture that are more traditional. Are Afro-Latina women the new mamacitas, senoritas, and also Afro-Latinas? Can they give black men the same joy and pleasure like groups like Truth? Sit back, relax, and enjoy this show as I bring it to you live from the greatest state in the Union, the Tar Heel State. And I need you guys to remember this: there are 7 steps to male efficacy. If it ain't 7, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, it ain't right. This will be a 3-part series, as I will have Andre from Love Crossing Borders, giving his comparative analysis of leaving America, going to Colombia to find his wife. And then my second guest on Sunday will be Luke Casely, who is a descendant of Nicaragua and Venezuela, as she will be giving her perspective on American culture and family, community, and tradition. And then on the following Saturday, as the last part of the trilogy, we will be comparing and contrasting the information that Luke Casely got and also the information that Dre got as it relates to Afro-Latina women, women of South America, and how and why many men are going to countries where they are celebrated instead of being tolerated. Enjoy this stream on tomorrow. Support it, as this stream has taken a lot of time. Mamacita, Senorita, Afro-Latina. Be well.
Pain. I've been there, locked up inside my head, broken from fear, illusions, disappointment, and hopelessness. Who heard me in my silence, where being a man means nothing? Despair. I've been there too, desperately seeking answers for the questions associated with manhood, hills and valleys, too bleak to compare. Stress, suffering in a utility silo, no comfort, no security, no freedom, no justice, just do it for others. Challenges, who will help me break the challenges? Lost in the vortex of darkness, hopelessness, fear, and abandonment. I've been there too. I've been there too. Take the next step to your destiny. Join me in this fight. Walk forward. Deep breaths. Head held high, men. Come join me, men, in the winds of time. Stories, hopes, visions, purified in the fire. I'm not a superhero. And I'm not the Reverend Knight. I'm here to help you. Join me, men, in this fight. Break the chains of your mind. Let's do it now. For now is all we have. Fire for your mind. The kosher clinician.
Yeah.
Hello, Dre.
Yeah. That's the man right there.
Can you hear me, brother?
I can hear you clearly, brother.
Listen, I'm gonna let you see this quick intro, man. You missed it, the good part. So the people that are in, guys, y'all give me a few minutes. We got Dre from Love Crossing Borders in the house. We're gonna have a very comprehensive show tonight. Might be one of the most comprehensive shows because many people talk about it, but Dre is gonna be about it because he's living the experience. So we want to give men options, Dre, because men are living in a time where they feel that their options are limited. We're not talking about Raekwon and man. We're talking about good, hardworking brothers. We're not talking about men that are derelicts, but we're talking about salvageable men, men that are honorable, men that are respectful, men that have put in the work. White men, black men, all men that are looking for options outside the contextual framework of America. Now listen, you and Andre were getting in so good on this dance, man. I want to let the folks see how good you move on feet, man. Y'all watch this real quick, my man Dre, while I adjust this camera. Hold tight.
Yeah. You don't even try to. Nobody can match you. Don't you for life. Sexy mind and body. You already got me now. Loving you madly. Girl, you might be matching your body. She no even trying, she got it. I'll be here beside you. Anything I got you. You know play. All you do is shut down the runway.
We're gonna stop and drop it, man. I just want the audience to see that swag, that Dre swag, man. I gotta get this camera ready, man. As soon as I get this camera ready, I'll turn it on, man. But you know, Dre, it's a pleasure to have you on the stream, man. You know, much love and blessings, man. You're a good brother. You and I have talked in the background in the past. And Dre, we're gonna dispel some of the myths in the early part of the show, but this show is gonna be very comprehensive. I got a lot of questions, man. And I'm gonna let you be the proctor. You're gonna be the liberator for those men of all ethnic hues, but especially men of color that are looking for resolve in a time where our average man, our average black man to be exact, can't even get a modicum of decency and respect. Now we're gonna start the questions by asking you these questions up front, and then we're gonna get right into it. Do Columbia women prefer older men? Because many times, Dre, people say, well, you just going over there, you guys to date them younger women are pedophiles. But you know, I'm going to do a show at some point, and the title of the show would be, did Adam have a young Eve? Because if you look at it chronologically, you know, Adam was years older than Eve. And it makes a lot of sense as far as compliments, because a younger woman gets with the older man, not the ones that are, you know, are predatorial, but we're talking about the ones that are good brothers that are, you know, got good intentions. And it makes a lot of sense because he gets a younger, tighter, fitter woman, and then she gets a man with status, money, and, you know, and wealth and resources, something that can be beneficial and complementary to them both. But you know, so many people try to shun men, and they don't understand that, you know, older men, younger women is nothing new. My granddad was about 6, 7 years older than my grandma. My mom and their dad, they were like 7 years older, and the average in the past was about a 10-year difference. And so when you got a man that's on his square, he's on his up and up, and he got money and resources, it's a perfect compliment if the man is not predatorial, if the man is not controlling to the point. Because people always say, well, he's just trying to be controlling. Well, listen, you got to have good control in the relationship. But we're not talking about abusive control. We're talking about control like, if you're my woman, you can't be wearing certain clothes when you're going out. So, to the point and to the question, Dre, do Colombian women prefer older men? Because there's so much consternation about it, Dre. And we're going to have these questions up front because, you know, so many people have so many opinions, but you're living in South America in the beautiful country of Colombia. So tell the audience, what's your take on that?
Actually, when it comes to older men, younger women, it is the reason why they do date older men. And I've heard individuals say that's not true, so forth and so forth. But I'm 54, Andre's 27, and we've been married 3 years.
Yes, sir.
Those that have followed us, and at the same time, she has individuals in her family that are her. Like she's got a uncle. He's 54. His fiance is like 24. So it's not uncommon because it's a give scenario. And I'm going to say that one more time. I like that hat.
Right. No doubt.
My hat on.
Yeah. We got you got the Detroit swag. You got the Detroit swag. I got that Tar Heel swag, man.
There we go.
But go ahead, Dre. Go ahead, brother.
It's a give scenario, meaning that when a man has a younger woman, ladies, you got in the audience, you have to admit this, that he has the opportunity with the younger woman to not just have a child. I'm going to say that one more time. Not just have a child, but to have multiple children.
Right.
He has the opportunity to sit back and say, if I want 3 and 4, I can do that with somebody that's 28, 29, compared to somebody that's 38, 39, to where he might be able to just have one. And we know that society, anybody over that may not be over 38, 39, has not been known to have 2 children. So if a man wants to have that, so that's a give for him. The other give for the man is if that person is mature. For example, my wife is an old soul. She acts like she's in her 40s and her 50s compared to her age. So a lot of times women in the States make the mistake and think that because chronologically that person is young, that the women in the States act young in their 20s, that women around the world act young in their 20s. And that's not necessarily true. My wife graduated college with her 4-year degree at 22 because here in Colombia, there is no 11th grade. So these women here have to mature even a year and a half older. They're graduating at 16, almost 15 and a half compared to in the United States. But women in the United States don't understand that part because they don't take advantage of their passports to realize that just because a woman is younger doesn't necessarily mean that a woman is immature, like many of the women in the United States is having the hot girl summers in their 20s and 30s.
Right.
When it comes to another thing is this, when it comes to older and younger generations, we are not the first generation. There was a time period when most of us were sharecropping in the South and we were going through the trade, the transatlantic trade. At that time period, it was nothing to see a woman that was 14, 15, 16 to where either the master hooked up a guy that was 29, 30 years old to bring forth the best children or the strongest children. But even after that time period ended, we still in the 50s, 60s, and part of the 70s still had older men in the South that was still attracted to younger women, where it was 10 years and 12 years different. So for us to act all brand new in this generation, because now in the United States, it's shunned upon for a man and a younger woman to realize that there is stability for her, there's maturity for her, and she can learn from that older man and not be ruled by the older man. I repeat, not be ruled by that older man, but to learn from that older man because he has experiences that she don't want to go through. Sometimes women in the United States don't understand. Women in other countries realize I'm not trying to go through the heartache, backache, meaning in the bedroom, pains that you've gone through, the sadness, the depression, the pills that you've had to take because you didn't get a man that was mature. You want somebody your same age. Nothing wrong with that. But look at the repercussions that you've gotten over only 25% of Black women will ever get married in life. I repeat that. Only 25% of Black women in the United States will ever jump the broom in life. Most Black women will end up in common law situations to where she's a baby mama, but she'll never be a maid, a bridesmaid. So, I mean, not a bridesmaid, but a wife or bride. So at the end of the day, and before I get done with this statement is the women in other countries, especially in Latin countries and in Asian countries, realize that there is a value in being with a man that's older, because you can watch him and hear from his mistakes and you don't have to go through it. To whereas women in the United States shun that, and you'd rather go through it. You'd rather go through the headaches, you'd rather go through the pain, instead of letting the man in your life who had already gone through that experience that, and then you can learn from his mistakes, and then you don't have to ever go through that. But to each his own.
Yeah, and I agree with you, man. And, and we give qualifiers. We're not talking about, we're going to give the disclaimer. We're talking about men that are productive. We're talking about men that are wise. And, Drake, a lot of times, when I think about rulership, I'm not talking, I like what Anton said. He said a benevolent dictator. But no doubt, but rulership doesn't mean it's not always bad. All kings have rulership and dominion over their kingdom. And so a man can have healthy rule, but when we think rule, we think like bad, like you can't say nothing, we always divert to the worst. But what people don't understand, Dre, that good and healthy control is not only vital for the family and the home, but also the community. But it's safe to say that many people are devoid now because they don't have healthy control. Happy wife, happy life is control. Mama knows best is control. I'm going to do what mama say is control. And because of that, Dre, because a lot of men do what mama say, they sit home, Dre, looking like this. And a lot of them also, Dre, they're on that gravy train, they're gravy train steps. Yeah, gravy train sipping, saying good googly goo. And these conversations are important, Dre, because Dr. William Glasser talked about 5 tenets to helping men become better versions of themselves. Dr. Glasser talked about power, fun, freedom, belonging, and survival. He said that those elements were essential to helping a man have something called or get his needs met. But we live in a world, Dre, where many men are beginning to defect because they're not getting their needs met. Men are looking for feminine oscillators. They're looking for women that can spray the perfume of femininity on them. And Dre, you live in America, you live in South America, and we're going to talk about it, South America and Colombia. You're going to tell the audience the power of femininity and how it impacts a man's not only health, but also it impacts his emotional well-being as well. Shout out to my man Top Gun. Top Gun was actually down there with Dre recently. Shout out to Top Gun, man, for that $10 super sticker. And that's a deal, right? I appreciate it, man. He said, I'll start a law salute to my brothers, the coach, clinician, and Morpheus. Two of the most important.
They call me Morpheus, because I'm before the red pill. Before the red pill existed.
Two of the most important men in the space of liberating us brothers, no doubt. And my goal is to liberate all men. There are some white gentlemen might be listening to the coach, clinician. I embrace all men from all ethnic groups, but because black men have issues that are unique to most ethnic groups. I place a special challenge on sustainable, hardworking brothers that are hardworking. They have vision and purpose, and they're not derelicts, and they're not around with their pants sagging. When you call them out or have a difference with them, saying this.
That ain't kosher,
and that ain't right.
Saying, yeah, put chain on my mom. They be broken balls. Kill some of my mom. Bro, they back you look like
That's on my market. That's on my market. That's on my market.
And see, Drake, you're from the windy city of Detroit. You remember a time, we call it the Motor City, where black people had culture. It was Bella culture. It wasn't perfect, but we had Motown, we had Smokey Robinson, we had the Winans, we had Commission, we had a lot of some of the greatest artists in the world come from the city of Detroit. Now I'm going to challenge that, even though some of the greatest artists come from the city of Detroit. Two of the greatest gospel stars come from the state of North Carolina, in Shirley Caesar and John P. Key. You got to know about Shirley Caesar and John P. Key. You don't get no better than that. But another question I want to ask you, Dre, and also to the 47 that are watching, guys, get the likes up, please. As you guys have seen, I put a lot of time in this show. I put a lot of man hours putting the graphics together, making sure you guys have a very pleasurable experience. You know, Dre, you're a content creator, and I don't think people understand, and I say it all the time. You know, I've heard some brothers say, you know, we don't support male content like we should. We don't support it like we should, man. And, you know, you do a lot of good work, man. I strive to do a lot of good work and give it from a clinical perspective. But we need to start supporting male content if you guys want to continue to see good quality content. Dre is a very intelligent brother. I'm a licensed therapist. So, you know, I want to give you guys the best. But, you know, sadly, it's the same people that contribute, the same people that donate, you know. And I know some of you guys like the content because y'all watching and y'all looking. So if you like what I'm doing, if you like what Dre is doing, go subscribe to Love Crossing Borders with Andre and Andrea. But also support the channel and also hit me up at Cash App $7 Smalls, because these shows are very time consuming. And I want to make sure you guys get the best. You know, I put my time in. I want to make sure you guys get the best. The next question is this, Dre. Do Colombian women only want American men for green cards? People always defect, right? They always defect, Dre, to the most damaging or the most incriminating response when black men travel and when black men try to get better women from other countries. They always say, oh, they just want you for money, like all women want men for money. Or they say they only want you for a green card. What say you about this proposition?
Okay, I got three answers. Do Colombian women want you for green cards? There are some. Yes, there are some. But for the most part, when it comes to Colombian women, there are three things that they want when it comes to comparing the United States to their own country. First of all, you have to realize Colombian women has the 3 F's. First one is flag. They have their own flag. They have their own culture. They have their own representation. If you want to see a country that loves their flag, come to South America and see Brazilians with their flag. Come to see Colombians with their flag. Come and see people from Ecuador and Uruguay and Paraguay, those black people in Chile and Argentina with their flag. Just the flag alone lets you know everybody's not trying to come to Colombia. Number 2 F is family. Colombians value, it's God right here. God, the God, our Lord, and his family right there.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
A lot of Colombian women will go to America, get there and say, I'm out. Why? Because my family is not here. See, we think because we don't value family the way that the rest of the world does, and we value the other F, finance. Once again, we value finance. Therefore, we think that everybody else looks at finance over family the way that we do.
Right.
That's not necessarily true. A lot of countries in Central America, go to Central America and see how much they love their family. And even if they go to the States, they're still sending money back to their family. They're still building a future house or buying property so they can be, when they retire in the United States, they ain't hanging out in the States like we do. Oh no. They're going right back to their home country. A lot of individuals do that. Now, are there people from other countries want to see the Statue of Liberty and the land of freedom and so forth? Yeah, there are a lot of people that try to cross the border. We see that in Mexico all the time. But at the end of the day, they realize that the freedoms that are available in the United States will not necessarily be the freedoms the freedoms that they have in their own country may not necessarily be the freedoms in the United States, just because they told us. And freedom is the third one. First one is they have their own flag. Second one is they have their families. Third one is that they have freedom. That's why they don't want your green card, because you have to realize United States ranked number 14 when it comes to freedom of speech. United States, when it comes to, you are 50% more likely to die of a heart attack in the United States than any other country in the world. For example, Colombia ranks number 6 in the world as the place that you want to come for medical needs. Number 6. United States doesn't even rank in the top 25. When it comes to, United States ranks number 37. Colombia ranks number 22 when it comes to medical hospital. Colombia ranks number 6 in all of Central America and South America. Colombia, when it comes to clean water, you know, we went through Flint and we went through other locations in the United States where the water wasn't clean. They had mercury and lead and everything else in the water. Colombia ranks as far as drinking water. Drinking water. Number 4 in the world. We're talking about today. We're not talking about some stats of the past. We're talking about the stats that they did of 2021, 2022. Colombia ranks number 4 in the world for the most cleanest drinking water. Colombia it's illegal to have GMOs in the food and pesticides. So you'll never see a plane flying in Colombia spraying the food. So at the end of the day, these people know this. So they know if I don't go to the United States, I won't become obese. Is less likely, let's put it like this, is less likely that I got the freedom to less likely to become obese. I've got the freedom to have clean drinking water. I've got the freedom to have inexpensive, yes, yet some of the best, better than the United States, because Colombia is 22, United States is number 37 when it comes to healthcare. I got a better chance to have the freedom of having better healthcare and least expensive. So why would I give up the third one, which is freedom, to come to the United States? So when you sit back, you automatically assume that a woman in Colombia or a man in Colombia wants to give up the green card, wants to get a green card. You have to ask yourself, what do they get in exchange? Lastly, I'm going to give you a bonus, future. That's the next one. Number 4 is future. When it comes to Colombians, you have Colombian women just like the United States that fight to get their education, like Andrea, get her degree. They've got their bachelors, they're accountants and they're school teachers and they're nurses and they're doctors and surgeons. As soon as they marry an American man and decide to move to the United States, get these super chats up because we're giving you some knowledge today. I don't know what you're doing. Today, as soon as this person crosses the threshold of the United States, all their degrees poof, gone.
Right.
Andrea was riding her motorcycle in the rain to get that degree. There are women that sat back and walked to college to get their degree. And you think they're going to throw their degree away so they can go to Motel 6 and clean hotel rooms and sit back and do your nails? To wait for a green card, and the green card for Americans that don't realize this, because you've been watching 90 Day Fiance and all those other shows, the green card is not even guaranteed. And if you do get a green card, the person and you who are dating or in a marriage with that person has to stay in the United States for 3 years. So you tell them you are going to give up 3 years of travel. That person who you brought to the United States is going to give up 3 years of travel. And at the same time, there's no guarantee that they're going to even get a green card when they get over there, even though they applied, gave up all their education, gave up all their careers, gave up everything that they worked so hard for, walking in the rain to make sure that they got an education, and you think that they want a green card. You take women in other countries for granted.
That's powerful, man. That is very powerful. Shout out to my man Sean Whitehorn for that $10 super sticker. And Sean Whitehorn said that it's sad that many Western women still continue to live in ignorance as it relates to securing a strong man, not realizing that submission simply means to submit under his protection and provision. We're going to talk about that in a minute, because submission is a dirty word to a lot of women, Dre, and many don't understand that part of a relationship is that someone had to submit. You can't have two captains of a ship. When a woman is being intimate with a man, she's submitting by opening herself up to that man. But when it comes down to that man's guidance and protection, she doesn't want that, but yet she wants the man to submit, because submit means to agree. Women submit as it relates to his order, his protection, his provision, and following his program. The dirty word that women used to say in the marriage vows was honor and obey. That's a dirty word now. But so many say that they're Christians, Dre. And if you read Titus 3:5 said, wives, obey your husbands. But then the next one is that men submit by giving their lives for their wives. That's the highest honor that a woman can get. When a man go downstairs and take a chance of getting blown away for the sake of his wife. It doesn't get any better than that, because most women are not going to put their life on the line for their husband. But The good news is this, Dre. Many men are defecting, and we're going to talk about it a few times in a few minutes. But in the meantime, shout out to Luke Hazley for that $10 cash app. I appreciate it. Thank you, Lou. Lou's going to be on the show tomorrow. Look forward to hearing Lou's perspective as a woman crossing borders into the Americas, the North America, that is. And then also shout out to, let me see this, brother. Shout out to my man, Volek 85, showing love to the channel. Great content, no doubt, Volek. I appreciate it, brother. I really appreciate it. And you know, Dre, you know, you're giving very vital and critical information. And you know, it bothers me, man. You know, to a degree, you know, you're a great content creator. I strive to be a great one as well. And it bothers me because, you know, the information that you're getting in many circles is probably equivalent to $300 or $400, maybe even $500. You're giving good information. When I do what I'm doing, it's good information, almost like a free consultation, to say the least. But you know, we do these shows, Dre, because we want to see men win. We want to see good women win as well. But because my channel is dedicated to the liberation of men, all men, especially men of African descent, these shows help bring clarity and balance to a time where many men are suffering in silence, and many don't feel like they got the wherewithal, Dre, to get their basic needs met. Once again, Dr. William Glasser said it better than me. He said that needs drive behaviors. And he called it reality therapy. He said when men are not getting their needs met, when people don't get their needs met, they tend to have bad behaviors. The next question is this, Dre. We're going to get the good stuff up front. Another fallacy is that American men take advantage of these poor, wretched women. What's your response to that?
Okay, here we go. I think the mistake that, no, it's not a mistake. First of all, women in the United States have been programmed, and men in the United States have been programmed to think that we are the only ones. I could put out a list of only ones. We're the only ones that's financially stable. We're the only ones that have freedom. We're the only ones that have healthy health care. We're the only one. We've been programmed to think one thing and one thing only. We're the only ones. We're the only ones that have freedom to vote or democratic society. We always have been programmed to think we are the only ones. Stop the cap. If you want to realize anything, and Luke Hazley can attest to this tomorrow, that the United States is not the only ones. When you have your passport, you start, one of the first lessons you learn, it is the United States is not the only ones. The only ones with a Sam's Club, the only ones with the Costco, the only ones with the Dollar Tree, the only ones with the whatever it is, outfits, clothes, computers, whatever it is, with knowledge, insight, with women that are progressing around the world. We sit back and we talk about the progression of women in the United States, but you act like you're the only ones.
Right.
The irony of it is, in the United States, is you are you talk about women in other countries that have educations and degree, and they're in the medical field or in whatever progressive field, or if they're in STEM, which is science, engineering, mathematics, as well as science, engineer. I'm forgetting the other one of STEM. So correct me if I'm wrong. But my point is this. Did I say engineering? Okay, I hope I got it right. But my point is this. You take your sisters, your fellow females, for granted in other parts of the world.
Right.
At the same time, you're paying $3,500, $200, $300 a month for the back payment that you owe because you didn't get a scholarship for your degrees. You just got as much as a Pell Grant. So now you owe this. Yes, you make $100,000 a year, but the amount that you pay back in Pell Grants is eating alive your little $100,000. But you ain't gonna tell that you won't tell that to your sisters in other countries that got a degree. You won't tell that to the German black women that got a degree where education is free in Germany. You won't tell her the fact that you sitting up here and you almost going broke because you making payments again. You won't tell them the fact that because of your college degree, you're still making payments. You're just like Barack Obama and Michelle, to where they finally paid off their college debts in their late 40s. You're not going to tell the German women and men that, are you? So when I say women are progressing, I say women are progressing around the world. So the question in regards to what you asked the statement of in regards to how women act. Let me you know what? Let me make sure I'm clear. So give me the question one more time.
Say it again, Dre.
Give me the question one more time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, Dre. I got called in. So hold tight. American men take advantage of these poor, wretched women. That's the question.
Okay. Poor, wretched women. So what you're saying is every business in South America is owned by male. Every major business in Central America, dudes own it. Most of the degrees, men got them in Central America. Come on, Luke Hazley could tell you the difference. So you're saying that all the doctors and all the knowledge and insight, men got them in South America, Central America, and in Southeast Asia and Europe. Men. That's what you're saying. When you sit back and you say these poor, wretched females, as if women in other countries don't have the ability to progress just like women in the United States.
Right.
Do you know how that sounds? Do you ladies
It's insulting.
stop and think about how you talk about your women, your fellow women, your fellow sisterhood in other countries? Do you know who turned around Rwanda? Do you know who turned Rwanda? Remember the same Rwanda where the genocide was going on 20 years ago? Guess who turned it around? Guess who's 51 to 56% of the government right now in Rwanda? Women. But these are the poor, wretched women that men are taking advantage of. So you're saying that about my wife, who is a corporate accountant, who got her degree, who got her education, who is over some of the top major franchises in the city when it comes to making sure that they file their taxes properly. You're saying that my wife is a poor, wretched woman. Don't forget your thought, Kosher. At the end of the day, you ladies are willing to throw other women in other cultures under the bus so you can feel better about yourself.
Yes, sir.
The
Powerful.
only reason you say what you say. You think that we all go for bottom feeders. You think we all go into the barrios of Brazil. You think that we all go into the zone 1 in the poor areas of Colombia and Mexico, and those are the only people that we ever date. We don't know female college professors. We don't know females that are lawyers and attorneys and like here in Cartagena. The first person I dated in Colombia was the female that was over the Department of Transportation in Bogota, which is the 16th largest city in the world behind Chicago. A woman, not a poor, wretched woman.
And people don't understand, Dre, or neither do they understand that, we tend to encapsulate or more or less assume that, even though Brazil is a third world country, I was in Brazil, many times, Dre, they have infrastructures that parallel or superior to ours. Those countries might be third world on the GDP, but those countries also have women and men that are doing very well. The healthcare is fairly good, especially for those that got money, and it's a powerful experience, and that's why I advocate for men to world travel. I told people, Dre, that there are 7 steps that a man must go through in order to become optimized, and world travel is one of those key elements that's paramount to the function of a man. Once a man begins to travel abroad, he's no longer a victim of a condition called ego dystonia. Ego dystonia basically means, or it's a technical word for saying an ego that's in distress. But when men go to, South America, they go to Africa, they go to countries where, there's what's called a better patriarchy, or what I call a kosher patriarchy, the men get a better return on their investment. They get a better return in cooperation. They get a better return in respect. And, we live in a time, Dre, where many want men to come to the table and give their best, but many are subpar. And that's why we have these conversations. You are a man living in Columbia, coming from Detroit, Michigan, now living in Columbia, living your best life. And guys, this is going to be a great show. I promise you, it's going to be real good. It's going to be very comprehensive, because I might even make this show private, because I'm going to give you guys the blueprint, because it doesn't get any better than a man that lived in America but ended up marrying a Colombian woman. Now, the next question, Dre, I think I asked you, these are the questions up front. I got a lot of questions for you.
Go ahead, brother. Take your time.
Men that date younger women lack game and are predators. What say you? Because, you know, the PUAs they'll say, you know, you're predators, you don't have no game.
I'll say this, that that in other countries, you don't need any game.
Right, you don't need it.
I said this, I was doing a consultation yesterday, and one of the things I mentioned, and it just came out, and it was absolutely correct. In the United States, I'm going to repeat this a couple times. In the United States, men are groomed to be peacocks. In the United States, men are groomed to be peacocks. Outside the United States and UK and anything has to do with the West, as far as Canada, men are groomed to be eagles. In the United States, men are groomed to showboat. I got the best car. I got the most money. I got the Women sit down at the table at a date. What do you do? What do you have? Where do you go? What have you been? What have you accomplished? What's your degree? And his feathers get bigger and bigger and bigger as a peacock. And he could talk it as a peacock. Then a man has to cross the borders to other countries, Central America, South America, other locations. And women look at you like one thing. I don't care what you got to say. What can you do? You are expected. I'm expected to be an eagle. Doesn't matter how I dress, no matter what type of car I got. Yes, we have a nice truck and everything. We live in a nice neighborhood. Doesn't mean anything. Andre expects one thing from me and one thing only. Can you be an eagle throughout a relationship? That's what's expected of me. So when it comes to these women in other countries, your expectations with younger women, they are expecting you to be an eagle about yourself. Can you pay the bills? No, not some of the bills, player. In other countries, the hypergamy is expected. If you go to India, you are expected to pay all the bills. Go to China, you're expected to pay all the bills. Come down to South America. I don't care if you're standing out there washing windows and the lady, your girlfriend is sitting there with your child on the side of the curve. You are expected to be an eagle with the squeegee in your hand. But in North America, you could be a peacock. You could pretend that you're a man. Oh, you can pretend you're a man. But when it comes to being an eagle, you're not expected to be an eagle. You just pretend to be an eagle, but at the same all the time, you're just a peacock. So yeah, these women expect you to step up and be the man that you're supposed to be. You know, there's an old saying, Dre, that with fair exchange, there's no robbery. And it's probably safe to say, Dre, that there's fair exchange in South America. And we're going to talk about it in a minute. But in the meantime, I'm going to give a special shout out to I think it's Gregory Scott. Let me get him real quick. Let me get my man Gregory Scott. I'm trying to do this. All right, shout out to Barry Hamilton. He says, shout out to Coach and Clinician and Andre. A great session tonight, no doubt, brother. I appreciate it, man. Shout out to my man Barry Hamilton. And then also shout out to my man Gregory Scotland. Thank you, Gregory Scotland. Good brother. Coach, this is a great conversation because there are voices who want to push back against them. And you're correct. That's why I'm doing it. Push back against the SYSBM, especially those that see it as undermining the black community. And Dre, that was a perfect pose by Gregory Scotland. We're going to get right into it because I will argue, and I'm sure you agree, that there is no black community. It's gone. It's dead. It's done. Yeah. And, you know, we saw it, Dre, in these last elections where many didn't vote for family. They didn't vote for the advantages of good black men. They voted for themselves. They voted for power. And so SYSBM in its purest point might have some points I don't necessarily agree with because
You know, but overall, I like the concept. It basically means save yourself. Save yourself and do what's best for you, because many are doing what's best for them. Shout out to my man Gregory Scotland for that, and that's a $10 super, $20 super sticker, and that's a deal, right? And Gregory Scotland, you are the new sponsor of this show, and thank you for the $20 support. You are the current sponsor. Now, the next question, Dre, is this. This is what we call gaslighting. You know, we call it gaslighting, and also, Dre, we call it egocentonia. We call it egocentonia, Dre. Yeah, no doubt. Appreciate it, man. We call it egocentonia because in the clinical world, a person that has a centonic ego is a person that is delusional. You know, I came up with an acronym called DEAF, Dre. Kevin Samuels, when he was living, bless his soul, he came up with a concept called sign language. He said shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right. And actually, it was BGS. Let me clarify that. It was BGS, and Kevin actually coined it. But because I am the kosher clinician and I'm always dropping that fire for your mind, I came with a concept called DEAF. DEAF, Dre, is based on cognitive dissonance. The acronym for DEAF is this. They deny the evidence when you present them with the evidence. They become enraged, Dre, when you present them with the evidence. They argue, do ad hominem attacks, meaning they attack the message instead of the messenger. I mean, the messenger instead of the message. And when the heat gets too tough, Dre, they will fight you or they will flee because they cannot handle the distress that they're going through mentally. Now, I'm gonna let you add on to that, but in the meantime, shout out to my man Gregory, my man XL Pro for that $5 super stick. He's always showing love, and this is a Cash App alert.
It's the money.
Thank you, XL Pro. XL Pro is always showing love. XL Pro is everywhere, man. Always showing love, man. But here's another shaming tactic that many use, Dre. And you know, Harriet Tubman said it better than me. She said, Dre, that if I could free a lot, Harriet Tubman said, I could have freed a lot more, Dre, if they did not know that they were already slaves. A lot of men, Dre, are actually mental slaves. They've been conditioned to defer power instead of demanding power in relationships. And I got a lot of questions. We're gonna get into it because in Colombia, the men demand power and they get it. If they're gonna pay all the bills, they're gonna get what they want in the woman. The women are very fit. They take their figure serious. They believe in keeping themselves looking good. Cooking for their man that's just part of the contract. You know, giving that man unlimited sex is part of the contract. And so my job as a licensed therapist, Dre, is to liberate men. I want to see men happy. I want to see men liberated. I want to see men free. And traveling to Brazil, you know, I'm going to be in a movie with Al Grease called Frustrated 3. I saw that in those countries, men don't tolerate what men here in America tolerate. But the next question, Dre, is this up front. Your mama is black. You should date women that look like you.
Listen,
what's your take on this, Dre?
My take on is on this, and let me. You know what? I could be politically correct and say the right thing to right sisters and this and that. My mama doesn't live my life, and I'm gonna say this for other black men. Your mama doesn't live your life. You are at the point. Black men with passports. You are at the beginning of the next migration of black people.
Yes, sir.
Now let me ask you, ladies, would your mama want you to be with a man that was a part of the movement, like a part of the movement in the 60s for freedom for black people? Would your mama want you to be a part of that? I think your mama would. What about the men that sat back during the Reformation age and the Jim Crow age and fought for our rights? Do you think your mama wants you to be with a strong man that's like that? I think your mama would. Well, this is the next movement of black people.
Yes, I think it is too.
Our passports, and we are relocating. And I'm put it like this. Richie Mack zoomed to Thailand, took grits to Thailand. I'm bringing macaroni and cheese to Colombia. Some other brother taking greens to Brazil. You see where I'm going with that? My wife loved my macaroni and cheese. I don't know what y'all talking about. My wife loved when I make macaroni and cheese because they don't make that. I make it every blue moon because we know that Colombians are focused on health. So it's a treat here. Zoom to Thailand is not asking his wife or his girlfriend to create grits every day, but it's a treat for him. At the end of the day, individuals don't realize that there is a time period right now that we're in the middle of the next migration. The last migration we had was in the 60s and 70s when Black people migrated from sharecropping in the South, and we decided to go up north. And I'm from Detroit. I'm the first generation up north that was born up north and decided to be a part of Chrysler, Ford, GM in Chicago, in Cleveland, in Detroit, parts of New York, parts of Philadelphia. I mean, parts of PA. So now, years later, God said, hey, I want to see you to the next migration. Really? But this migration is going to be outside the country. And a lot of people are going to misunderstand you, just like all those Southerners misunderstood the brothers and sisters that went up north. You'll be back.
Right.
The same language. The same language. You'll be back. Why are you heading up north? Why are you going to Michigan? You know those white people. You know this and that. Same language. You know, brother, if you go to another country, this. Brother, sister, if you go to another country, that. The same language. So when they sit up there and they talking about, well, your mama Black and your father was Black. My mama migrated. Let's be real. My daddy migrated. My daddy migrated from Tennessee. I'm just like my daddy. My mama migrated from Alabama. I'm just like my mama. So don't sit back and tell me about my people as far as complexion. I'm like my mom and my daddy by way of their behavior. They were migrators. I'm a migrator. So at the end of the day, they migrated in the country. I migrate outside of the country. So now Black people that are Afro-Americans are going to own land. Guess what? In Colombia, in Brazil, own property in Portugal. Own property, like our brother Ludacris, who got his citizenship and married and got his health on track and got his mind right. In Africa. You got brothers like O'Shea Duke Jackson in Africa who's creating jobs. You got brothers that live down the street right now. These brothers, two brothers that came to Colombia, started selling online insurance. Taught Colombians how to sell online insurance. So now these brothers have a corporation right now, and they live down the street from me right now. You want to sit up there and expect me to not be like my mama, who migrated from Alabama, and not like my daddy, who migrated from Tennessee? This is what Black people have always done.
They've always done it, right.
With this. You talked about Harriet Tubman in regards to her freedom. I'm going to talk about Booker T. Washington in regards to freedom. I love one of my favorite autobiographies. Booker T. Washington said we was in a plantation, we was in the fields, and all of a sudden Master called everybody to the front of the porch, and all of us slaves was out there, about 200 people. He said, and Master, he said, I'm a kid, I'm about 8, 9 years old. He said, I don't know what's going on. He said, I'm holding on to my mama's arm. He said, and then Master said, y'all all free. He said, they done set y'all free. Y'all can do what you want to do. He said, all of a sudden I look around and everybody's crying. Ain't nothing but tears everywhere. He said, I pull on my mom's arm and say, Mama, this Booker T. Washington, the Booker T. Washington, Tuskegee institution Booker T. Washington. He said, I look at my mom and say, Mama, why are you crying? Mama looked down at Booker T. Washington and said, baby, because we don't know where we're going to go and we don't know what we're going to do. The number one reason why some of y'all don't take advantage of your passport and the life that God is trying to give you right now is because you don't know where you gonna go.
Yes, sir.
And you don't know what you gonna do. You just like the rest of them brothers. As long as you can stay into the slavery of the matrix, you will stay locked up.
Yes, sir.
The United States would free
yes,
you.
Sir. Yes, sir.
The plantation of the United Snakes of America would set you free and give you a passport and tell you that you can live in anywhere in the world.
United Snakes.
You would sit up there and you would cry just like them slaves did back
Yeah,
then.
right.
You would sit up there on the
Right.
day of your freedom and you cry because we don't know where we gonna go and we don't know what we gonna do.
Right. And you know, the thing about it, you know, men, God has sanctioned men to lead. It's in our DNA to lead. You know, you and I are recipients. You and I, Dre, are actually winners because we were the last of the sperm cell that made it to that egg. So if you're a man living in America, you are a winner. You are a conqueror because you outlived billions of sperm, millions of sperm that tried to get to that egg. So if you are living, if you have your breath, you have your voice, then men, you are a winner. But you got to take advantage of it. Mr. Palmer said, you got to change the law in your mind. And you know, I'm going to tell you something, Drake. You know, just like there were naysayers when Harriet Tubman was trying to lead a lot of slaves to freedom. You know, like Dr. King said, I've been to the mountaintop and I've seen the promised land. And it's a better land and a better oasis for men if they learn to understand how much power that they have. But, you know, we live in a world, Drake, where subpar women want top tier men, but they're not willing to give anything in return. They want the benefits of a traditional relationship while they remain very modern. Everything with them is always conditional. You know, another great country for men to travel to is Burundi. The women there are they're hard workers, they're beautiful, and they're very feminine. And you know, this conditional femininity to say, well, if you work hard, I'll be more feminine. But see, those women are just feminine because that's who they are. And part of it too is because they have balance and they have structure and they have order. Shout out to my man Golden Child 325 for that $5 super sticker. He said, if a good black man can't find a good woman in the United States, what else is he supposed to do? Is he supposed to wait around and be a cleanup man to some baby mama? Yeah. And you know, people get mad, Dre, when you talk about that. But you know, men are looking for good outcomes. You know, men that work hard, they went to school, they study hard. No man should have to be the recipient of subpar behavior. You know, there was a time, Dre, when women of the past that had kids out of wedlock, they were very humble women because they knew they had at least one child. It impacted their sexual market value. But you got chicks that got 3 and 4 and 5 kids by different men, and they said we're a package deal, and they come with the attitude. And on that note, Dre, I want to ask you a question. Is there a femininity crisis in America? Is there a femininity crisis in America? And we're going to compare and contrast femininity in South America compared to femininity here in America. And we know that, listen, everywhere you go, women got issues. Women in South America are not perfect. They run game just like all women can run game. You know, I don't want people to think, well, you know, South American women, they're not perfect. They run game too. But the thing that they have over there is they have proper safeguards and men holding them accountable. But talk about that, Dre. Is there a femininity crisis in America? And I got a lot of questions, so a short response will be good.
Yeah, real quick. And I'll just give you 2 points. Femininity crisis in the United States is because of 2 reasons.
Talk to me.
First reason is because they were not raised
right.
to be feminine. Most women in the United States were raised to be masculine, independent. I repeat that. Most women, I don't care about your color, your complexion, were raised to be masculine, where you can talk crazy to a man in his face, in public, in private. You were raised to be masculine, rah, 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 so forth and so forth. The second is that you were raised to resist femininity, even from fellow women that want to teach you how to be feminine. There's a marriage coach, a female marriage coach that told black women last year, she said, I'm done. She said, I've been trying to get black women married. She said, y'all pay me to open up doors for you to get married. She said, I can't do it. She said, black women literally resist femininity when it comes to relationships. So those are 2 things.
Yes, sir.
They were raised to be feminine. It's no fault of yours. Ladies, it was not your fault. And they were not, they resist femininity. And this the other part I'm going to give you one more real quick. They have tried to redefine what femininity is. The rest of the world already knows what it's like to be a woman, to be
Right.
feminine, to be girly. They embrace it. Most of the world's women love being a woman. The United States detests being a woman.
Right.
You only like being a woman based on chronological, meaning that I've been in this body for so long, I might as well accept it. I've been a woman for so long, I might as well go ahead. Black girls rock. I wore the skin for so long. But at the end of the day, other cultures train you to not only embrace your skin, your femininity, what goes on with your body, what goes on in your mind as a woman. They show you that throughout life, girl, ain't nothing wrong with being a girl. But in the United States, you detest. You are appalled at the fact that God made you a girl. And you wish with all your energy that if God could have done one thing, he could have made you a boy. And that's sad.
Yeah, some would call it penis envy. Dre, some would call it penis envy. The next question, Dre, is this. Who is Andre, and why did you come up with the title Love Crossing Borders? Because, once again, Dr. William Glasser said that power, fun, freedom, belonging, and survival are critical to the mental wellness of a man. It sounds like to me that survival and belonging, but also freedom, was very critical. Out of those 5 elements, which one, or 4 or 5 elements, which one, Dre, would you say gave you the the mindset to come up with Love Crossing Borders? It sounds like to me power and fun. But what say you?
Actually, it was freedom.
Okay, it was freedom. Yes, sir.
Actually, it was freedom. We sat back and Ace was here. Ace, it's kind of funny. Before this was a studio, and we had just moved in. Ace came down here a couple months later. He was sleeping on an air mattress on his floor, and we were in the living room one day, and Ace was like, "You and Andre needs a live channel." We were like, "Well, what are you talking about? We had never done YouTube." And he was like, "Do you know how many Black men and women would love to hear about a brother that had a tempestuous life in the States and had a wonderful life outside the States?" It wasn't about Andrea. It was, and falling in love with a Colombian. It was about renewing of life and God giving you another chance. He said, you know how many people will like hear that God gave somebody another chance? And so I was like, what are we going to call it then, Ace? We still drinking beers. What are we going to call it? He said, I don't know. So he threw out a bunch of names, and one of them was Love Crossing Borders. We were like, what? What was the one you just said? He said,
Right.
Borders. We were
like that.
That's it. And we took it, and we have lived Love Crossing Borders, or we even added to it, or we help people fall in love with the borders that you cross, because we realize that not everybody wants a relationship, but everybody wants a place of peace. So you can fall in love crossing borders, or we will help you fall in love with the borders that you cross.
Right, I like that. Right, I like that. Fall in love with the borders that you cross. And you know, Dre was getting it in. Dre's about 6'3". Dre is 6'3", like he wears size 14 or 15. Got big feet like me. I'm 6'6". But Dre was getting it in, man, and I'm so happy for you, man. I can see the joy in your face. You know, weight gain, Dre, and low testosterone levels is actually due to men being stressed out. And you know, the stress is a silent killer. Many men, Dre, go to the grave because of unresolved issues with their mental health. You know, the gospel says that a cantankerous woman would drive a man to the rooftop. Yeah. But is it safe to say, Dre, that in Colombia, that femininity not only saved your life, but femininity added years to your life? What say you?
It's kind of funny that you would say that, man. She just came in here to let me know that she was going to go check on her grandmother in the hospital, and
yes, sir.
You know, she loved me, and she moved on. Andrea normally it doesn't matter what time of day it is, she will make sure that if I've been in here in front of the computer and editing or doing live streams, she'll make sure I got a cup of coffee, or she'll make sure that I have a drink of water, or if I'm drinking Patron, or if I'm hungry, she makes sure that I'm well taken care of. Do you know how many years I have saved? I'm 54. 54. Do you know how many years I have saved because this woman has given me peace,
Wow.
no arguments.
Yes, sir. Powerful.
When you guys come to town and you ready to have a good time, you want to salsa dance and all that. Andrea doesn't. So you going out again salsa dancing? You put town, blah blah. We don't go through that. And Andrea doesn't go through that. When Andrea wants to go out dancing with her girls, I'm not sitting back like, so y'all going out dancing? What's going? None of that. We don't go through each other's phone. You know, you see what I'm saying? It's these mental gymnastics that we don't go through. So now we got time for meditation. We got time for prayer. We got time to focus on each other and what direction we're going to go. All of this is because of the woman that I strategically do not ever say to me that you were lucky. I hate that because I was strategic. There are a lot of good women in the United States that if you're strategic, you can have a good woman in the United States. And if you're strategic, you can have a good woman outside the United States. The key is being strategic. So I was strategic. And because of that, I reaped the benefits of it. Not only that, kosher, but also the health benefits. The foods are healthier. It's kind of funny. Andrea, best friend with Andrea only hangs out. It's kind of funny. Andrea only hangs out with black people. In Colombia, Andrea's accent is a black accent in Spanish. You know how you could tell that it was a white girl that hung out with sisters? Right. She's been in more music videos with just black videos. She ain't been in no white music videos. All of the music videos represented the black culture down here in Colombia. But yet she's a quiet, silent type that she's like, I don't no. She's like, I fall in love when I'm ready. She's reserved, in other words.
Right.
But when it comes to hanging out with the black culture, that's her thing. Her best friend went to the States. She said, Andrea said, well, how you liking the States? Because she got stuck during a pandemic. She said, Andrea, I got to get back home. She said the food here in the United States is putting so much weight on me. Nothing is fresh. Everything is from the freezer. She said, I got to get back home. My point in saying that is this fresh food down here has helped to save my life as well. Remember, I just said Colombia ranks number 4 in the world for healthy drinking water. This healthy water has saved my life. I've actually gained 10 years of healthiness. The cost to get the MRIs, $2. To get veneers, $500. To make sure that my muscles are just right, $15. To cleanse my blood, $30. To make sure that my heart, they literally in Colombia, they sat back and sent me home with a heart monitor that I put around my shoulder, and they connect me. They had me all set up with all these connections and that stuck to my body. And they said for the next 3 days, we just want this little machine to monitor your heart. To where in the United States, they just check your chest, okay, and check your back, your lungs, okay, you breathe good. Here in Colombia, they're like, no. We want to see if you got any high blood pressure. So we're going to hook you up to this little machine for 3 days to monitor you. $2.
$2, wow.
I've gotten the opportunity to see if any type of cancer is in my blood, in my body. Do I need to go work out on this or work out on that? Do I need to stop eating this or stop eating that just because of being out of the United States? So now I understand when they say live in the United States, you got 50% more chance of dying of heart failure than any other country in the world. I believe it. I wish it was alive. Right. As soon as you sit back and say, I want to live in the United States, you are 50% more likely to say, I want to die of a heart attack.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. And
as soon as you cross the borders with your passport into the United States, stressing through traffic, stressing on your job, stressing in your relationship, stressing with your kids, stressing with all that mess. I'm not saying that South America is utopia. There is no such thing as a perfect country. I repeat, there is no such thing as a perfect country. But the percentage, there is a such thing as percentage countries. I'm going to say this again. I'm going to let you speak next, Coach.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Yeah, you're fine. Go ahead.
There is no perfect country, but there are percentage countries. You have a lower percentage of going broke if you live in a certain country. You have a percentage of having a better marriage if you live in that country. You have a percentage of your business growing and you becoming a part of the politics if you live in this particular country. There is no perfect country, but there is a percentage country. Black women have a percentage, more of a percentage to not be disrespected and be, instead of being tolerated, being appreciated in other countries than the percentage that you have in your own country. Yeah, so I would rather live in a percentage country and stop lying to myself and acting like in the United States I live in a perfect country.
Yeah, no doubt.
In a percentage country.
No, no doubt, man. I agree with that. Shout out to my man James Turner. James Turner said, "Hey, Coach, just paying my tithes. What up, Dre? SYSBM. 100 salute to you." Brother. And James Turner, as of now, you are the new sponsor of the stream.
It's the money.
Drake in the jams though. He get this Afro.
Yeah, man. I like Afro. That when it broke down to the smooth beat.
Oh, no doubt, man. That's that Leo swag with that smooth wine that you're drinking in the background. The next question is this, Drake. You know, you and I grew up in a time where love was in the air, where love was powerful, where we wrote love letters to girls. But what do you recall as seeing the breakdown in relationships? When men actually swooned and serenaded their women, and some will argue that some don't deserve it. But when did you see that breakdown, Dre, in less than 2 minutes? Because I got a lot of questions.
That's easy. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for the answer? And I this how I got Andre. I'm gonna give you my. Hey, we need a super chat. Cause I'm about to get you my.
Well, freeze it until they get that super chat, man. We're gonna keep it on. We're gonna keep it on freeze. Well, yeah,
this answer is worth it.
Yeah, this is worth it, guys.
$2. I don't care if it's 50 cents. I don't care if it's a cash app. We need a super chat. I'm not about to get this answer for free.
Okay, well, he got a good one, guys. So get the likes up. Dre, I'm telling you, man, Dre dropped some fire tonight, man. I can't wait to get to Columbus and chop it up with Dre. Troy was over there.
No, not this answer.
But guys,
not come free. I can sit back and I don't care. Like I said, I don't care if it's $1.99. I don't care if it's $2. I don't care if it's 53 cents. This answer, I'm telling you, you're gonna thank me because you're gonna follow the pattern. You're gonna be like, you know what? You're absolutely correct. But I'm not about to give it to you. I give up a super chat. I don't care if it's a cash app or a super chat.
Right. All right, so okay, Luke got it. Luke got it. All right, no doubt. Luke got it. Thank you, Luke. I appreciate it. Luke hit us with the $5. Luke Sweet. She gonna be on the show tomorrow with the $5 super sticker. Thank you, dude, Luke. So Dre, give the people the game, man. Give them the game. Thank you, Luke Casey.
This is the answer. Back in the day in the South with black people, we used to always say who his people is. Who his people is.
Who his people is, right.
If he didn't come from a decent family, there was no way you need to bring that boy back in this house. We used to sit back when we were in the South and part-time when we were in the North. When we first got to the North, my mama used to sit back and say, well, she nice. Who her people is?
Who her people is, right. They did.
One of them tailors down the street. Okay, wait a minute. Is she from the tailor from down the street on out west or out east? She one of them out east tailors. She's such a sweet girl. As soon as she walk out the door, don't bring her back in this house. She do not bring her back in this house. I know who her people is.
I know who her people is, right.
She one of them tailors that tear stuff up, ain't no good.
Right.
In other words, the key to black success prior to the 80s was who her people is.
Who her people is, right.
The family. The person who you with could be the sweetest person, but if they did not come from a decent or good family, your family was not allowing that person to even date your daughter.
Yes, sir.
Am I lying, coach?
Yeah, man, you're 100% correct. And that's what me and one of my oldest right now struggle. My granddad would say, are they from good stock? My granddad would say that. Are they from good stock? And my granddad used to say, and y'all gonna laugh at this one. My granddad used to say, if you see a dog, and my granddad said that dog tail is as long as my arm, my granddad said that dog ain't worth a damn. And so stock and family lineage was very important back then. You just didn't date anybody. You didn't marry anybody. But see, Dre, now we don't have strong men holding these women accountable. And when the men do try to hold them accountable, it's so stressful that the man say, you know what, the hell with it. I'd rather go to a country where a woman's been trained and conditioned to serve and honor and respect men and make my job a lot more easier. And that's why I'm glad I got you on this show for Love Crossing Borders, meaning you are an expat, you are an American man that crossed a board to see what's going on in South America. And on tomorrow in this trilogy, I'm going to have Luke Hazley on, and she's going to be talking about a woman coming from Venezuela and Nicaragua, family, community, and the beatitudes of South American women. And then on Saturday, we're going to bring it all together. We're going to compare and contrast notes from Luke Hazley and Dre, and we're going to come with a comparative analysis. We're going to come up with solutions. But these shows are very important, Dre, because I do believe, like you were saying, men like James Turner, men like Top Gun, a lot of other brothers that are listening, they're going to be the new men on the frontier, starting their families and starting their lives over with women. They don't have to worry about being stressed out. They don't have to prove themselves. You got brothers now, Dre, making $100,000 a year, and some of these women say it's not enough. Oh, that's not enough. But you got men from other countries that are damn near poor. They get cooperation. The women still cook for them, and they keep themselves looking pretty for their men. People think in America that, he gave me some sex. That's no big deal. You cooking your man a meal is not a big deal. That's what you're supposed to do. Just like that man's supposed to take care of you, love you, provide for you, and die for you. But in America, it's a big deal to get those basic accoutrements. Go ahead, brother.
Now, to give you guys your money's worth of the part 2, who her people is, that's how I got my wife.
Oh, wow.
Once again, it worked in our people as black people in the South. That's why it was always decent men or good men. Not always, because it wasn't some men in the South that just wasn't right. Like I said, there's no such thing as utopia. In South America, in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 1800s, it was always about who they people, or like the culture said, who's the stock, what family they come from.
Right.
So I told myself, I'm gonna bring back who her people is.
Who her people is, right.
So I sat back. I've been with some of the most amazing women.
Right.
Who your people is? Oh, they from zone 1. I'm done. Oh wow, you are beautiful. Who your people is? Oh, they live in a tin roof. I'm done. First thing I did with Andrea, who your people is? Oh, on a Monday, or even on a Thursday, everybody working but the grandmothers and the little kids. Okay, the little kids in school, grandmothers, they've already retired, or the grandpas. Okay. Oh, Andre, again, who your people is? Oh, they own land, they own property, they own their apartment, they own this, that, and that, they own their houses. Okay, again, Andrea, who your people is? Oh, mom and dad been married for 30 years. Grandma was married for 35 years to granddad. And okay, my other auntie, she been married to her man for 21 years. Okay, again, Andrea, who your people is?
Who your people is?
My cousin is a doctor. My other cousin, she's a nurse. My other cousin, she's in the medical field. My other cousin, well, he lives in Italy now because he's migrated to take care of his family over here. So he's doing this, that, and this, and he owns some property over there and starting a business. Who your people is?
Who your people is, right? I like that. I might do a show called "Who Your People Is." I like that.
Cool. If you go to any country, I don't care how fine she is, but she got a big butt. I don't care, but she do this. I don't care, ladies. I don't care what he does for you in Jamaica, Portugal, Africa. Who his people is gonna get you a good man. Because even though he's a decent dude, if he comes from a raggedy family, then you're going to end up in a raggedy situation
Right.
overnight. That's why our people in the 40s and 50s, when black people were married at 80% rate, asked only one question. No other question.
Who your people? Who your people is?
Who his people is?
Who his people is? I like
That's
that.
what I did.
I like that.
You not.
I like that. I like that.
If I passed on tomorrow, God forbid, and if you guys ever pick up anything when it comes to picking up a woman in another country or dating and falling in love with a man in another country, who they people is.
Who their people is,
example
right.
before you go on court, coach. My best friend down here, my best friend down here in Colombia, TA, he lives around the corner, ex-military, ex-Navy man, doing his thing. Came down here from watching Love Crossing Borders of videos. Lived around the corner. He's been here for like a year and a half. Couldn't find a good woman to save his life. He's with the beautiful woman, the sexy woman, the fun woman, the party girl. I'm like, TA, where you gonna sit down? One day, me, him, and Andrea went out to dinner. We jump in the truck, we rolling out going to dinner. He said, man, I sat back and I was in the back seat and I just watched you and Andrea and how y'all act. He said, man, I'm gonna stop playing. I say, whatever, man. Me and Andrea one day went to go watch a football game at a bar. We sitting there. TA plopped down. Boom. I'm done, dog. I say, what are you talking about? I'm done dealing with the women on this side of town and women that don't mean me any good. I want a good woman. Now we're talking about a dude that's 55 years old.
55 years old, right.
Right. We're not talking about a kid. I say, oh, you done for real, huh? He said, yeah, I'm done. I'm done with the acting like I'm new here in Colombia. Dude, 2 weeks later, he meet a sister. Sweet as bear meat. The nicest person. Here we go. He followed my rule. Who her people is? She's a nurse.
Good.
She's a nurse.
Good.
I'm talking about gorgeous women. I've seen them. Her other sister's a doctor. Mom and dad doesn't only own businesses in Cali.
Yes.
They own businesses all over Colombia.
Right.
Who her people is.
Who her people is, right.
And she loved her some TA.
Wow. That's powerful.
Spanish and English fluently.
That's powerful. That's powerful.
That raised her to be like that, like Andrea. Who her people is.
Right.
Ladies, if you're looking for a good man in another country, you better ask who his people is. I don't care
who his people is, right.
Loving, fun jokes he tell. If his people are raggedy, then you're going to end up in a raggedy situation in another country, ladies. I just gave you my secret, and that's why you got your
I like that, man. That's powerful, man. Who his people is. I appreciate Drake. That's some deep stuff. That's deep, man. That's real deep. Shout out to my man Top Gun. Top Gun said, Chipper Chopper Mall was successful for me. Super chat.
Chopper Mall, yeah.
Oh, no doubt. And that's a deal, right?
Hey, Trey, I met your girl out there too. I got a chance because my man was out there. I got a chance to meet your girl. She's a sweetheart too.
Right, man. Man, this is so powerful, man. You look so happy, man. I can see
it's right down the street. It's like maybe a 5-minute walk from here.
Okay.
So when he's Shopping Mall, it's like right down the street from here because it's like suburbs. And so he was out here and he met this really nice young lady. I'm not about to tell all his business.
Right.
I didn't even know that he met her. This is the funny part. I know exactly who he was talking to. I didn't know who she was until after he left. And our other partner was like, well, you know, that's our boy girl. I'm like, you lying. Okay, all right. And sweet as bear meat. Sweetest young lady. I won't even lie.
You know, that's powerful, man. And Jenny Morena, she is a Afro-Latina, I believe. She said that she is lengthening your life. And she looked just like this woman. Hold up, Dre. Looked just like a Morena. Hold tight.
Looking dangerous like a gunplay. They all want to grab you, on you like a tattoo. Hey, don't you fall like you don't even try to.
Now, guys, it took me hours and days to put this masterpiece together. I've been working on this thing off and on between work, behind the scene. Actually, I've been working on it tonight while I'm talking to Dre. But Drake, I love seeing the smile on your face. And when I hear the stories of men saying, man, you know, tears start coming from their eyes about, I finally feel at peace. I didn't ever think I was going to ever get a good woman, you know, and, you know, there was a song by the Stylistic called, they said, betcha by golly, wow, you're the one that I've been waiting for forever. Yes. And, you know, when men get the woman of their dreams, they're singing, betcha by golly, wow. And then you can hear the chorus that dreams come true. And, you know, affection deprivation is so lacking here in America, Dre. A lot of men are suffering from affection deprivation. And it goes back to what Dr. Glasser said, power, fun, freedom, belonging, and survival. Dre, I want to ask you a question as I'm bringing through these super chats. Super chats. I want to make sure I get to them. But I'm going to ask you a question. I want you to hold on to it. What part of Glass's five elements to a reality therapy do you feel like men are missing? Between power, fun, freedom, belonging, and survival. You gave me yours, but I want you to tell me from your anecdotal experience. Yes, sir.
Go through those 5 one more time, a little slower.
Okay, yes, sir. Power, fun, freedom, belonging, and survival. When you look at the greater kaleidoscope in America, which of those 5 elements do you think, based on your observation when you were in America, did you feel that American men are lacking that you are actually getting in South America? You say you're getting freedom now. You look happy. But hold on to that, because I'm going to redo some of these super chats. I want to make sure I give these brothers their props. Shout out to my man D-May for that $5 super sticker, $2 super sticker. Thank you, D-May. Shout out to T-Rose357 for that $2 super sticker. Thank you, T-Rose. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Shout out also to Hakeem for that $5 super sticker, and I appreciate it. And also, I just got another one there coming in. Shout out to Jenny Montes, sent you $20 for the brothers. And Dre, I think we got a we got Dre a cash app.
It's the money.
Shout out to Jenny Montez. I appreciate it, dear. Thank you, sweetie. I really appreciate it. For the brothers, no doubt. But Dre, which element are American men lacking, black or white? Because, you know, it's not just a black man issue, it's a man issue. But which element are men lacking as it relates to getting a feminine woman? Because I'm a firm believer, Dre. You said something very powerful. Men are builders. We are the prize catchers. That's a word that I created. The man is the prize catcher, which basically means this. He determines if you are the prize. You could be a prize in your head, but until that man claims you to be his prize, then you're just a prize in your head. Now watch this. If you deem that man to be a powerful catch, then guess what? You got caught by a man that deemed you to be a prize. So therefore, the man is the prize catcher. He determines if you're prize worthy. If you are willing enough or good enough to come into his court, then you've been caught by a worthy man. So he's a prize catcher. He sees you as a prize, and he's a catch. But what say you, Dre, about those 5 elements that American men are lacking here in this
in
crazy
all sincerity, I was
America?
going to say fun. I was
Talk
gonna
about
say
it.
fun, freedom, and belonging. I was
Yes,
gonna
sir.
do that.
I like those 3.
But in all sincerity, it's only one. It's only one. Let's be real. For me, for other men, doesn't matter what race, color, creed. You could be orange. Shout out to President Trump. Belonging. When I sat back and the first time I met my wife's dad, I sat down. I was like, I'm not looking for a wife. And everybody in the Andrea, everybody in the grandma, everybody was looking like, what? He's a player. No, I'm like, no, I'm looking for a family. I'm looking for belonging. Black men are getting their passports not because of you ladies, because they're looking for belonging. They're looking for being appreciated in the country instead of being tolerated. That's belonging. They're looking to be a part of the culture. There are some of the brothers that came down here a couple weeks ago. They came down here and made connections with other men, Colombian men, to where they play golf. There are men down here from the States that are sports fishermen in the States, and now some of their best friends are Colombian men that are sports fishermen in the ocean, in the ponds, and fly fishermen. A lot of men are just looking to be a part of, not just the leader of, but to be a part of. They're looking for the belonging part. Yeah, we can find the fun. We can eventually we're gonna find that. The freedom, yeah, that's gonna show up eventually. We're gonna have the freedom to not tolerate. So we can easily do that with a passport. But the sense of belonging, to be a part of, to sit back to where somebody says you're a part of Syria now, you're a part of Colombia now, you're a part of Kuwait now, you're a part of France now, you're a part of Panama now. I feel like I belong here. In any country I visited, if I go to Mexico, I feel like I belong in Mexico because of how they treat me. In the United States, let's be real, fellas, ladies. Come on, y'all ready? Latin, come on, stand up. Do they ever make Latin people feel like you belong in the United States? Oh, I got another one for you. I ain't done. Asian people, stand up. Do they ever make you Asian people feel like you belong in the United States? Come on, people from Syria and the Middle East. Do they ever let you feel, finally, I feel like I belong in the United States? And we're going to end this with black folks. Let's be real. You built the United States. You built it. And after building the United States, do you really feel like you belong?
Belong, right.
In the United States.
Right.
Well, I helped build it. I didn't ask that. Well, my family's been around for years because of slavery. I didn't ask that. I asked for you in your generation in 2022. Do you feel like you belong in the United States? Well, if it's a well, then the answer is no. So that's why my answer is not the fun, not the freedom, and the other statements. But when you go to another country, they will at least give you the chance. I'm going to say that word one more time. Other countries will give you a chance to feel like you belong there. Even if you don't know the language or know the country or the culture or anything, at least they give you a chance to belong. And the United States have yet to do that for the Latin. They have yet to do that for the Asian. They've yet to do that for the Native American. They've yet to do that for the black person, as well as the person from the Middle East. They have yet to make you feel like you belong. In other countries, do it day one.
Yeah. I sensed that, Drake, when I was in Brazil. They didn't see me as a man of color or a black man. They just saw me as an American. And it was a powerful experience. Shout out to my man, Kings and Dreams. He's my guy, coach, and big brother, Drake. I appreciate it, man. Thank you a lot, sir. Drake, we're getting right into it, man. I want to ask you another question. You talked about black men or men in general missing those 5 elements. Is it possible for a single ADOS man or Western man to get those 5 elements? Is it possible for a single Western man, white or black, or ADOS man to get those same elements that were postulated by Dr. William Glasser?
The one thing that I can sit back and say that your passport does for you: money, alcohol, passports would do the exact same thing. They all tell you who you really are. They show the world who you really are. If you ain't right in the United States prior to money, alcohol, or passport, if you ain't about the right in the United States, your money outside the country will show you ain't right. Your alcohol outside the United States will show you, men and women, you ain't about the right. And your passport outside the United States will show that you aren't about the right. So when you ask that question, there is a certain amount of us that are about the right that are about doing the right thing and establishing the right thing and representing. I don't even want to say representing black people, but because I could say that, but that's too easy. Representing Americans in the right way outside of America. There are some of us, but Pookie and Ray Ray, no, they ain't got no plan on representing us the right way. Nook, Keisha, LaQuanda, all of them, all of you that sit up there, your mama that gave you 3 Q's in your first name, you ain't about the right.
Right.
The kind of Lisas with 3 L's, you ain't about the right. And you know it. I've sat back up and I've watched sisters and brothers do some of the most embarrassing things outside the United States that they know they wouldn't ever try to pull while they were in the United States. So yes. So actually no. So when it comes to us, it depends on who that person is that could fall up under the auspices of your question. Some people can fulfill the requirements of your question. Others, if not most, will not be able to fill the requirements. And that's why I don't deal with everybody that cross the borders, because everybody got a passport. They aren't about the right. Right.
I like that. That's true, and that's very powerful. Another question, Dre, for you. We've talked about low vibrational women in the past. The title of this show is Señorita, Mamacita, Afro-Latinas. Now, your wife is considered to be, is she Indio, or she's Mestizo, or is she Blanca?
Mestizo.
She's Mestizo, right. Let's talk about, in a few minutes, we're going to talk about the Afro-Latin women in a minute. And, you know, we're going to see if there's a difference between Afro-Latin women and women in the West. But before we get into that question, Dre, I got a lot of questions I want to ask for you. What element are black men in America lacking the most? I think you said power and fun, right? You said power and fun, right?
Nope. I said the element that they're really lacking is belonging. A man will all of a sudden walk into his manhood when he feel like he belongs a part of a tribe or group. All of a sudden he feels like I'm willing to protect, provide, and bring peace to a group. That's why when you sat back in Florida, I give a perfect example. In Florida, when a lot of people think that black people ran away to freedom up north, not true. I'll say that again, not true. The first place where black people ran to get free were to the Seminole Indians in Florida.
Right, that's true.
And now here we go. Once they got to the Seminole Indians, they had a sense of belonging, and they will fight to the death, protecting, providing, and bringing peace to those Indians, because those Indians gave them a sense of belonging.
Belonging, yes.
So it is with brothers with passports.
Right.
They run for the freedom inside the United States.
Yes, sir.
These other cultures are so strong and make you feel like you are part of. You are part of, to where you would die given these new communities. You barely know the language sometimes. Peace, provision, and protection, because they are giving you the feeling of something that you never had before as a black man or a black woman.
Right.
The sense of belonging.
The sense of belonging, right. And that's why when people go back to Africa, Dre, they say they feel so at peace. They feel like they belong. And you see, Dre, you see, Dre, how this ties into what see, people don't understand what I'm doing, Dre. You got to be very methodical in bringing in clinical concepts with male empowerment, because if you just teach it based on clinical concepts, it's dry and most folks don't understand it. But if you listen to what I'm giving you guys and what Dre's giving you guys, man, we're giving you guys this is a master stream, and I might make this stream private at some point once I start my membership groups. But power, freedom, belonging, survival, they're all essential to helping a man feel whole. And what women don't understand, Dre, is this: is when a woman is genuinely being honorable towards her man, not only can that man be successful, he's more productive. That's why a lot of men, Dre, once they left those bad relationships, their career trajectory took off to a whole nother level, Dre, a whole nother level. But I'm going to ask you a question, Dre, about low vibrational women. And let's go back to the time when you were in Detroit. But I want you to pause on it because we're going to talk about low vibrational women, but this is a group of women that we're going to be talking about later tonight as well. And these, Dre, are the Afro-Latina women. You know, what's his name? Troop made a song back in the 80s called Mamacita. And, you know, Mamacita means she's a fine woman. So let's look at this real quick. We're going to break this down. Let's look at it real quick. Hold tight.
Jag minns ju den tid du gav mig life villa yo. Nu vill jag kunna ge tillbaka allt jag inte kunnat ge förut. Det finns ju ingen annan där som kan stå här by my side, oh why. Sättet du rör på det får mig att dö för det baby. För de här yardis, de vill ju bara dra ner oss. Men du är fett och vanlig. Och det jag lägger all min tid och jag vill ha dig. Du får mig känna safety. Jag kan nog leda baby. Och jag kommer aldrig ändra mig. Aldrig kommer aldrig känna så här för någon annan än dig. Aldrig kommer aldrig känna så här för någon annan än dig. Varje gång jag bak på.
All right, Dre, you saw it. A lot of those dances are African dances. Those are actually real African dances. I remember a group out of Africa. They were called the African Children's Choir. And when they were moving, Drake, they were moving just like that. I don't know what you call that dance, but it's like a quick twitch movement. I can't do it. I might break a hip trying to do that, man. But it was a quick twitch movement. They move, you know, they got a real fast move. And these are Afro-Latin women, beautiful women. They're from the diaspora because South America is right beside West Africa. You know, people thought that the slave ship that stopped in North America. No, it didn't. The Africans were here. Many were already here before Columbus. You see it all in the Mexico. You see it in Mexico. You see the Olamecs. They were Africans. They were already there. But Dre, when you saw that beautiful display, and I'm gonna tell you something, man, when you get around those African cultures and man, the vibration is so powerful. When I was in Brazil at Casa Black, the vibration, Dre, I could feel the spirit of the ancestors, man, coming alive, man. And it was powerful. But let's talk about low vibrational women. But before you do it, shout out to my man, the Narc Perspective, for that $20 super stick. I appreciate Narc Perspective. And Narc Perspective, you are one of the new sponsors for the stream. All right. So Dre, low vibrational women. You know, when you left America, right? You left America to go abroad. What caused you to come to what I call in the clinical world an existentialist crisis? Because a lot of men, Dre, are at the crossroad. They're saying, listen, half of my life is over. You know, I'm tired of dealing with these low vibrational women. They don't add any value to my life. They're very cantankerous. They're not respectful. They're not honorable. They're not feminine. And when we try to coach them into being feminine, they constantly fight it because they're very rebellious. But let's look at this loaded question. Low vibrational women, what does that mean to you? And then I want you to tell the audience about the Afro-Latin women, or the Morenas, that are I think it's in Cartagena, Palenque, I believe.
Palenque, yeah.
Yeah, Palenque, right. So let's talk about low vibrational women and how it's very deleterious to a man's mental health. But also, what does it mean to you, Dre, to deal with Afro-Latin women? What is an Afro-Latin woman in Colombia, and how are they different than women here in the States, or similar?
One thing that you're gonna notice about women of African descent around the world, there's something about women that are of African descent around the world that's familiar. Their strength, their personalities, their attitude is and what I want to say is their attitude as far as survival and the desire for a man to be a man. Women in the United States never ask for, especially black women, and nothing against my Latin sisters or my Asian women or so forth, But I just want to talk about to my black sisters real quick. Black sisters had to step up when we were incarcerated in the 80s and 90s. They had to step up when limitations were put on black men, but yet we were still having these black children. So the sisters were like, I gotta do something. This child is hungry and I gotta feed him. So these women had to step up. So it is with that same strength in other locations around the world. So when people sit back and think that Afro-Colombian sisters or Afro-Brazilian sisters don't have that same inner strength, they do too. They just don't have to lean on it sometimes as much as African American women do in certain instances. So when it comes to Afro-Latinas and Afro women just all across South America, it's only 12 countries in South America. So when it comes to all across South America, it's the same drive to be successful. It's the same desire. And I'm talking about, like you said, higher vibrational women compared to the lower. Now we know, like I always say, you got bottom feeders no matter what culture. You got the lobsters and the shrimps and the crabs of no matter what culture. But we're talking about the high vibrational women. It will amaze you how many women that are successful in business in South America as well as other countries of the world. Like I said, Rwanda, 51 to 64% of all business managers are black women. 51% of all of politicians that have taken that country to a level that you never expected. You would have never known what went on in the past because these women, black women, high vibrational, have taken it to another level. So when you get your passport, men, no matter where you go, there are women of higher vibration. In other words, they aren't all party girls. They aren't all trying to twerk. Afro-Colombian women aren't sitting around all Afro-Colombian women are not trying to emulate the United States. All Afro-Colombian women ain't trying to go to the United States. Remember I already said, it's God and family, and it's that close. So when it comes to the women in these different countries, Afro-Colombian, Afro-Brazilian, Afro-Argentinian, as well as Chilean, as well as Uruguay, Paraguay, Ecuador, Afro-Venezuelan, you will attract what you actually, I'm gonna be honest. Let me be honest with the men. And ladies, you can listen in. Go ahead. You can be the fly on the wall on this one. Men, according to the law of attraction, you attract, like attracts like. If you ain't right, the women you attract ain't right.
Right.
Since I've been here in Colombia, before I met Andre, give you a perfect example. I was in Medellin. I was dating a sister that that was on the last year of law school. I went to Bogota. I'm dating a sister that's already graduated, and she's been a nurse for 5 years. I go to Cartagena. I'm dating a sister that's a college professor, and she's an attorney at the same time. I go to Bogota. I already told you my story in Bogota. The sister that was over the Department of Transportation, that's who I was dating. If you are a lower vibrational man, I repeat, if you ain't nothing in the States and you know you ain't nothing in the States, you can get a passport, get it. But don't think that you're going to attract higher vibrational women when you leave the States. See, I was already a higher vibrational man, not meaning that I was 6-7 figures and I had a six-pack and all this. I was a man that wasn't bringing drama. I was bringing peace. So I brought that with a peace and a passport to other countries. And guess what type of women I was attracting? The exact same women I was attracting in the United States. The ex who I broke up with was in the United States, was a VP of Frontier Communications. The ex-wife who I was with in the United States, she was an executive for Kohl's was it Kohl's? The department store. It goes to show you how long I've been home. So at the end of the day, I attracted higher vibrational women because I was a higher vibrational man, and that's very important.
Very important.
Very
Yes, sir.
important. Do not think because you get your passport, the cream of the crop among women in other countries are going to be attracted to you, and you know at the end of the day you are nothing but a Pookie and a Ray Ray. Once you get past, and that's what kosher is here for.
Yes.
I'm serious. I mean this from the bottom of my heart.
Right.
That's what kosher, in regards to his consultations, in regards to his clinical help, and you guys sit back and you say, you know what? I do need help to be the man that I need to be before you leave the country. Because if you don't, and you don't set up a consultation, okay, cool. You don't set up a chance to sit back and get your mind clear by setting up an appointment with him. Cool. You use your passport, and you're going to wonder why every country you go to, you only attract lower vibrational women.
Yes,
I go to Thailand, I don't attract the women outside the club. I attract the female that own the club. I go to Germany, I don't attract the woman that goes into the bank. I attract the woman that's the bank president. Why? Because that's what I attracted in the States. You see where I'm going with that? So when it comes to the Afro-Colombian women, if you want the cream of the crop of the Afro, and these are some of these smart women, and I'm talking about, remember the video that he just showed with the sister with the beautiful curly afro? That's here in Colombia.
In Colombia.
Waiting on you.
Yes, sir.
You'll never get that. Oh, you'll get the curly hair party girl, but you never get the higher vibrational woman because you didn't take the time out in the States before you use your passport to become a higher vibrational man. And I don't mean sports jackets, and I know some dudes that are higher vibrational in t-shirts, in Timberlands, but the way that they carry themselves, for example, the rapper Nas, he's a higher vibrational brother. Even though he was raised with Timberlands and t-shirts and jeans. So it's not about how you dress. So at the end of the day, guys, do realize these Afro-Colombian women who are quality, they are not going to look your way. And you're going to be stuck with the same bottom feeders that you had in the States. You're going to be stuck with the same bottom feeders in Italy, in Greece, in Portugal, in Africa, all that whole 54 countries, all 54 countries of Africa. You're going to be stuck with bottom feeders because you did not reach out to individuals such as kosher and say, you know what, I need to schedule a consultation because I got some cleansing to do before I use my passport, because that's what I did. So I'm not telling you something I didn't do. I reached out, got counseling, cleansed Andre of all the BS of the States. Even though I was attracting successful women, I didn't want to make any mistakes once I left the United States. And so since I cleansed myself, and even though I was attracting higher vibrational in the States, I wanted to make sure that continued on. And so when I left the United States, guess what I married? A higher vibrational woman.
Yes, right. And that's powerful, Dre. Let's talk about the effects of not marrying a higher vibrational woman. Let's look at the biology. As I said earlier, men tend to die off earlier than their women. Stress is the #1 precursor. It's something called negative cortisol. Cortisol levels are killers to a man's overall mental health and overall well-being. Let's talk about the physical stress, Dre, that you went through. You came in to Colombia at 260 pounds. Now you're down 265, right? Now you're down to what, 220?
No, I'm down to like 225.
220, okay, excellent, right. Losing about 40 pounds off of your frame, what did it do to your body and your mind? Because you was getting it in, man, on the dance floor, man. But what did it do to your body and mind, man, losing that amount of weight?
First thing, it lets me, you know what, in all sincerity, man, it let me know that, I'll be for real. It let me know that I love myself and I love my wife. Because in the States, You could be in love and you don't care enough about that person to care about your own health. I love LaQuanda. Okay, go to the gym. I love Keisha. Go ahead and start walking. I love Renee. Go ahead and be part of a fitness group. The one thing that my health and getting back on my health let me know that I love Andre finally. Physically, I love Andre. Secondly, I love Andrea because she says, listen, I already know my husband is 54 years old and I'm 27 years old.
27, right.
If you love me, Andre, come, let's go to the gym. If you love me, Andre, don't eat this, eat that. If you love me, you see where I'm going with that?
Yes, sir. Right.
To where in the States, you don't feel that like, man, listen, I'm not about to throw away these years. I want to be with this good woman I'm not about to be with this good woman for 10 years. I want to be with this good woman for at least another 31 years.
Yes, sir.
5 years.
Right, right.
So in the United States, you like, she's my girl. I love her. You're not thinking about your health. And then when we do think about our health in the United States, we think about it for the side chick more than we think about it for our wife. So when I sit back and I say that it has helped me as far as physically realizing that loving my body helps not only me, but helps my relationship, that was a good thing. The other thing that I can attest to when it comes to my physical health or being here in South America is, listen, can I be honest, Coacher?
Go ahead, brother. Be honest, dog. Listen, give them the game, man. No doubt.
My wife is 27. I'm 54. While the rest of y'all popping the L's, the C's, I'll be honest, Levitras, the Alice, and anything else that they came out with in the United States that I ain't heard about.
Right.
I ain't got to pop nothing.
Nothing. That's excellent. That's good.
My wife is looking at me at it since we've been together. Like, listen, again? I'm no old one. I'm supposed to be old, right?
Right. You're killing the game. Dre killing the game.
Button to this relationship.
Yeah, that's powerful, man.
My point is because I care about myself and I care about this other person enough to think about my physical health and not just, I'm so glad I'm away from those American women and now I'm at peace. No. I'm at peace because now I have been following God's plan in regards to my body. And I left the United States after counseling, getting my mind right, counseling with dudes like you, getting my mind right. And so now I'm coming to this other country right. The one thing that you want to do before I shut up is go to your new country or new countries with a clean, crisp, and clear mind. If there's something that you need to forgive yourself of, get it done before you start traveling.
Yes, sir.
Something that you need to go ahead and that person getting on your last nerve about it, clear it. If there's somebody, mama didn't do you right, daddy didn't do you right, go to counseling and go ahead and get that cleared so you can say, you know what? They did me wrong. I mean, they did me wrong. Daddy did me wrong. I forgive him. I'm going to let it go because I'm going to a new country.
Yes.
But don't think that the mental mess that you got in a passport is going to save you from your passport is not your consular.
You're right.
Say that one more time.
Yes, sir. Right.
Your passport is not your consular.
Right.
Just like drugs and money is not your consular, neither is your passport.
That's very true, brother. Your passport. And that's why I tell you guys to come see me at kosherclinician@gmail.com. Some of the brothers that are listening, I've worked with them on thought modification to help them with those schema afflictions that they've been having. Listen, what you have on the inside will begin to emit outside. But some of you guys are still ruminating from things from your past that more or less held you guys renderless. And that's why it's so important to get clinical counseling, clinical consultations. Now, I'm a licensed therapist in North Carolina. I can't be your therapist, but I can give you consultations, because I'm just talking to you about parameters about what I see and giving you tutelage to what you need to do to become a better person. You guys are getting a living epistle. And I'm Dre with Love Crossing Borders. This man is happy. You can see the smile on his face. I saw it from the guy, the American Brazilian. You can feel the vibrations coming from the screen, man. This pure, raw energy, man. Happy, man. And I'm so happy for men like him. James Turner, he's about to go to South Africa. My man Top Gun, he was up here in Brazil with you guys, Colombia recently. And guys, listen, I'm at almost 9. I need about 50 more subscribers to get to 4,000. So if you guys would do me a favor, I need at least 5 to 10 people to share this stream. Give me 10 people right now that will share this stream. Go check out and subscribe to Love Crossing Borders. If you're thinking about getting a wife, yes sir, if you're thinking about getting a wife abroad, if you're thinking about travel outside the confines of America, go check out Love Crossing Borders. Go subscribe to his channel. Dre is an awesome brother, man. Him and I, we connected. Him and I both are Gen X's. I'm 50, I'll be 51 this year. Dre is 54, I believe. And we remember a time, me and Dre, we were like twins. We remember a time when there was more family, there was more community, and the women were a lot more feminine. But now it's just a relic of the past. And some of you men realize that in your 50s of the Gen X's are saying, listen, before I leave this earth, I want to be happy. I want you to be happy. That's why I do these streams. Dre wants you to be happy. And the sad thing is, Dre, doing these streams caused a lot of consternation to many. But my logic is compete for your men, because in other countries, Dre, they compete for their men. And on that note, I want to ask you a question. Toxic women, Dre, don't want to compete for their men. What does a toxic woman look like to you? And how have being with Andrea added power and clarity to your life?
In all sincerity, I'm going to be honest.
Yes, sir.
I don't attract toxic women, so I couldn't tell you about the definition of it.
Okay.
And I mean this in almost a 50% arrogant, 50%. I would say 40% have gone to counseling, and 10% me. There is when your essence, your energy, your presence will attract a certain type of woman. If you attract bottom feeders, beautiful in South America, beautiful broke bottom feeder women, you need to ask yourself, what is it about me that attracts bottom feeders?
That's a good point. Yes, sir.
So my point is this: I don't, in the States, LaQuanda, Lakeisha, with all the hair color and the weave and all, they not attracted to me. They don't come up to me. I don't come up to them. I don't dance with them. I don't talk to them. Listen, I'm gonna say something, ladies, and I don't care if you get offended. I never dated with women with hair helmets. If you got a hair helmet, I don't date you. And women with hair helmets they aren't attracted to me. I'd rather date a woman that she has a 1 and she got brush waves and they better than President Obama before I sit back and date a woman with weave down her hair like Beyonce. I could have did what Jay-Z did.
Right.
Jay-Z was bigger than me. I missed out on 800 million, huh? Right. I'd have missed out on the 800 million because as soon as Beyonce put on a wig, I would have sat back and said, "Where's Kelly?"
Right, right.
Kelly rolling.
Right.
I don't do that. And that's, like I said, this is 50% ego, 40% counseling,
right,
10% Andre. At the end of the day, the women that you have. And that you wonder why when you go to South America, you end up with the women that are not the type that's going to help you progress over time. You need to take some time out and say, why do I attract those? What is my essence? That women that are pay for play only talk to me. Women that are not safe for me are only attracted to me because those type of women were only attracted to you in the States. Pookie, you only go get Keisha, okay? You got Keisha in the United States, you got Kishana in Africa.
Right.
Ray, you only attracted Quanamina in the United States, you're going to only attract Lawanamina when you go to another country. Because your essence, only your energy, your presence attracts bottom feeders. Broke women are not attracted to me. Women that make money are attracted to me.
Right.
Women that want to have relationships and they want to have dreams and have children in a positive way are attracted to me. Baby mamas don't come my way. I ain't got no kids. Baby mamas don't want no man like me. They don't want to see them. They don't want to sex a dude like me. They need Ray Rays. There's nothing about Andre that says Ray Ray. So at the end of the day, guys, when it comes to your passport, you have to ask yourself before you cross that border, do I act like a Ray Ray in a Pookie? Because if you do, when you get to these other countries, you're going to make the mistake and attract these other women. You'll be frustrated and say, oh, the women in Colombia ain't no good. The women in Brazil, man, they just want money. The women in this country, in that country, ain't nobody treat me right. Blah, 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 blah. I came out of thousands of dollars because of your essence. Your essence says, come drain my money. I'm a no good man. So the only thing that I have, like Captain American's shield, is my wallet.
Right.
Some of you dudes go to other countries. That's the only shield that you have.
Right.
Your wallet.
They leave with their wallet. Right.
Right. So that when you leave with your wallet, don't be upset when the women that you attract are women that are attracted to men that lead with their wallets. That's on you. Women like that aren't attracted to me. Remember I said I was in Medellin and I'm dating attorneys. And you going to Parque Yeris in Medellin. And you dating prostitutions. If you dating prostitution and I'm dating attorneys, what's the difference between you and I? I'm the same complexion. I'm the same dude. I came to Colombia with only my first trip was $500. I came back with $300. This was 2018. So I wasn't coming down here, I'm balling. Look at me, I'm balling. So what was it about me that attorneys were attracted to me, but they're not attracted to you? My essence.
It's your essence, right?
So you have to get your essence and your presence up. Once again, like I said, I went to counseling before I crossed anybody's border because I want to make sure that good women and women that had goals and dreams were attracted to me and not bottom feeders being attracted to me.
No doubt. That's powerful, man. That's very powerful. Femininity not only boosts the ego, but it's good for the health and the wellness of a man. Is it safe to say, Drake, when you got your beautiful mamacita, that not only did your health get better, but your testosterone also got better too? And Drake, people don't believe it, man. A feminine woman will raise your testosterone levels. Some of you men right now are taking testosterone enhancing medication. You know, you're eating them chickens as big as Drake from Church's Chicken. You're not drinking water, and your libido's not only horrible, but your T levels and your free testosterone is very low. But what did your wife do to your testosterone level? You know, Drake, you look so happy, man. Did it make you a new man? Because you know, Al Green said love, peace, and happiness, and you look very happy. When I saw you with them big feet dancing on the dance floor with your wife, man, I said, Drake, getting it in. And I could just see the joy in your face, man. I could see the happiness in your face. But what is it like to be around a feminine woman that can raise your testosterone levels? Because I always tell the young man, you know, you go eat clean in Brazil or Colombia or Venezuela, you know, even though they're going through a crisis right now, or in some of those African countries like Burundi, you'll make a boy, you'll make a big bouncing baby boy because you're not stressed out, you're getting your rest, and it's not a toxic culture. But what do you say about the power of femininity and what it's done to you when you give a comparative analysis between dating women in America compared to your current wife?
I don't.
What is the power of femininity?
Didn't realize how powerful being feminine is in a man's life. I'm gonna tell you guys a story. I never told this story. First time you get an exclusive, but women need to hear this story, and guys know how transparent I am. And other men in the States have gone through this or either going through this. I remember I was dating somebody. She was sweet in the beginning and masculine, and we argued and crazy. And I don't do bad relationships. This is the only bad relationship I ever had in my life, just tempestuous. And when it came to intimacy, at one point in time, the intimacy was fire. And then the more we argued, my testosterone and the stress went down.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you guys, I'm being honest. I'm like 33. I'm wondering like what's going on with my body. I'm like, do I need to go to a doctor? I break up the relationship with her. I meet somebody after I break up with her. Like the strength of Thor. Not because it was somebody new. Yeah, because somebody knew Drake. No. This woman who I met was so feminine, so girly-like, so sensual, not just sexual. She was sensual. That it raised my testosterone of my manhood. And some of you guys may not admit it, but you can attest to it. There are women that have come into your life and made your testosterone. Then as soon as you get done with them, you got the force of 1,000 Thors. And you wonder what happened.
Yes.
The femininity of the new person, if like Luther, if only for one night.
Right.
The femininity, if only for one night of that new person, overshadowed the stress that your body was going through with that last person. Ladies, you do not realize, a lot of men are not gonna admit this. You can cause a man's whole body to shut down on you. No. It's not gonna shut down on everybody. A man's body will shut down on you. If you cause your man stress, his body gonna shut down eventually on you. If you get on his last nerve, his body will shut down on you. Most men don't talk about this. His mind and his body and everything. You wonder why is it not getting hard like it used to? Or why is it semi-hard? Or why sometimes you just want to have sex? You must be cheating on me. His mind and his body will literally, his testosterone will literally shut down, not on him, on you. You the one that's causing him the stress. You the one that's getting on his last nerve. You the one that's sitting back bringing mental complications to that man, especially unnecessary complications. So who is that in your phone? If you don't put my phone down, knowing that I ain't cheating on you, because I can't even get hard for you, how am I get hard for somebody else? Because I wonder what's going on with my body, so I ain't cheating on you. If I could cheat, I'd be doing this, but I can't because I'm with you, so I'm doing this. But you ain't realizing. And all of a sudden he break up with you, and the next woman he get, orgasms. You wonder why the next woman get all the 9 orgasms that you never got. Because a man's body out so much, his body, before he said it's over. Hear me, ladies. Hear me good. A man's body will tell you, just like you ladies, your body part dries up. A man's body will tell him this relationship is over before his mind tells him this relationship is over. There are men in relationships that's like, I love my woman, I care about my woman, she's the child of my children, I will do anything, I die for this woman. And your body is like, Negro, please. Your body is telling you, dog, it's been over. I've been with her for 15 years. We was in college together, and this and that. Your body telling you, you're right, And now you popping Cialis and Levitras and what's the one that's over the B? Viagra. You popping all of them. You try to pretend like it's gonna work. As soon as you give that woman that gives you peace in the United States or outside the United States with your passport, all of a sudden you coming down with the force of 1,000 Thors. This Afro-Colombian shaking, she's sitting up there crying. She ain't never had an orgasm like that in her life. She ain't never been with a brother. So this is the first time she got a chance to experience a brother. She crying in the middle of sex. You looking like, I'm not doing anything different than I did to the sister back home in the States.
Right. That's powerful, man.
Man is going to tell you this. I'm telling you this. Your behavior, just like our behavior can cause you to dry up, your behavior can cause a man to, and most men are so arrogant, they're not going to tell you this. I'm telling you this. Your actions will cause a man's body to say, if he's still in love, flower, cards, candy, this is my boo, I love her, her body will still say, bruh, stop. His body will say, bruh, stop it. But I love her. No, you don't. Come on, body. Come on.
Right.
And the man telling his body, come on now. And your body telling you, bruh, you should have left her 3 years ago. Why are you still with her? Let's go. Let's go, bro. Let's go get this passport, get you some counseling, go travel to other countries, and now I can work with you. Ladies, if you don't take nothing that I just said seriously, a lot of dudes left you because they didn't want to hurt your feelings by telling you you were the one that caused him to be like this.
Right.
So he said, you know what? I can't argue, and then I'm gonna put it like this. This is my last statement.
No, go ahead, Drake.
Ladies, if you don't hear nothing I said, your man can't be Superman in the bedroom if he can't be your man outside the bedroom. I'm going to repeat that. He cannot be Superman in the bedroom if you don't let him be your man outside the bedroom. You talk to us so greasy, so dirty, so disrespectful, and then you expect us to sex you down and give you 3 orgasms before you go to sleep. That's not about to happen. Look, LaQuanda down the street, the little side chick, she gonna have every orgasm that you thought that you was supposed to have because you was our main chick. You sitting up here thinking, I'm the main chick, I'm his man, and then you ain't had an orgasm in 1.5 years from that man. Let LaQuanda get a hold of that same man with that same tongue, with them same fingertips, with that same caressing, and that same, and all of a sudden, LaQuanda down the street and Keisha down the street, 9, 10 orgasms deep on the same night, and you ain't had one in 2 years from from the person you call your man.
Right.
Because of your attitude.
Because your attitude. Yes, sir.
Latin ladies, y'all the same way. Asian ladies, you the same way. Same way. Don't think that's just black women. It's many of us men that sat back. You wonder why ladies, I'm giving you the game why some, not all, some men cheat. Some men, I'm giving you some game. You ready? Nobody said this. You ready, Kosher?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Some men cheat just to check and see if they still work.
Right.
Some men cheat just to make sure if they still work. It may be just that one time. I ain't worked in months. I've been with her for months, and my ain't worked for months.
Right.
You know what? I don't want to cheat, but I want to check. You hear me? Ladies, did you hear that? Some men don't cheat, they just want to check. That's why when some men say it was only one time, he wasn't trying to cheat, he just was trying to check. Because it's been going down for so many months. When he been with you, he like, man, I talked to my doctor. The doctor said ain't nothing wrong with me. I talked to Jesus and Muhammad and Buddha. They said ain't nothing wrong with me. Why every time I'm with a woman I love for the last 10, 15 years, let me go check something. I ain't trying to cheat, but I'm going to go ahead and check. All of a sudden, it's a co-worker. Because statistically in the United States, 85 to 87% of all cheats happen with somebody that works on your job.
Right.
Lunch break is a wonderful time, especially in the parking lots.
Yes, sir. That's true.
I'm telling you now, boy.
Yeah.
Y'all man be okay, ladies.
Right.
You're nasty.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
All you married women, you're nasty. I know you.
Right.
So he's sitting back. He ain't cheating. He's just checking. All of a sudden, he get with a coworker in the parking lot. Boom. He can walk through walls with this, steel with this. He can punch through Superman's back through this. He can sit back let's say Superman. Let's say Wonder Woman. He can penetrate Wonder Woman's backside with this. All of a sudden, he got strength of steel with this thing. And now all of a sudden, he realized it's not his body. I'm going to say this one more time. His body finally told him, and men in the comment section can attest to this, his body finally told him, it ain't you, bruh. It's her. But I've been married to her for 10 years. It's her. But she's the baby mama. It's her. But we go to church and we pray together. It's her. But I met her parents and I like her daddy. We watch football together. It's her. Your body has been telling you for 2 years, it ain't you, bruh. It's the woman that's been stressing you the hell out for all these years. And that's why when you with somebody else, because you didn't cheat, you just checked, and bam, that sad chick who you didn't even want to get with, that's your coworker, you just want to check and see if you still work. And all of a sudden, boom. And that's why men got a statement that a lot of you ladies don't know. You ready? What's better than, I'm going to say it in a clean way. What's better than old love? New love.
Right.
It's not about the because she knew. It's because you done got on his last nerve and his body was no longer working for you.
Right.
Now, I've been with my wife for 2 years. I mean, for 5 years. I'm still at 54 with the force of 1,000 Thors. Why? Because that woman don't put me through the stress, and the headaches, and the mindset, and the mind games, and the BS, and the ups and downs, and the jumping through hoops, and jumping through fire that a lot of women in the States would put me through, to where I, at 54, would have been like this.
Right.
If I was in the States with no passport, here I go.
Right.
You know me. Here we go. You know, men's bodies start to shut down in his 40s.
That's a myth.
Why women like younger men. No, baby, his body shut down because of you, not because of him. Because as soon as he got his passport and went to Brazil, all of a sudden he's the man of steel. Why is it that when he went to Brazil, he breaking in backs left and right? He's bionic, $6 billion man. But then when he go back home to you, I gotta pop Viagra's, Levitra's, and Cialis like they Skittles just to have 30 minutes with you.
Right.
But as soon as I cross the border with somebody that act like they got some dang sense in their head, all of a sudden I'm the man of steel.
Right. It's that vibration, man. And you know, Dre, everything you're saying is powerful. In the clinical world, Dre, we call it psychosomatic. Mind to body. Soma means body. It's a psychosomatic response. And many times, Dre, in the clinical world, we call it conversion disorder. When a person is traumatized, the trauma can cause their body to literally shut down. I'm going to show you guys something real quick. And you know, Stephanie Mills said this back in the day, Dre. You remember the song by Stephanie Mills. And not Stephanie Mills, but Evelyn Champagne King. And she said, no sleep last night. I've been dreaming of you. She said, please hold me tight. I can't help the way that I feel. She was saying that you make my love come down. And not come down in a bad way. But what Evan Champagne King is saying is that a woman that thought she was in love with a man, when she get with you, you'll make that love come down. That man will make that love come down that she had for her man. Now she's giving it to you. And that's what a masculine man can do to a feminine woman. Because, Dre, correct me if I'm wrong, the men in those countries don't take the time to make love to their women like American men, especially black men. And before you answer that, Jenny Moreno, dear, you are correct. And thank you for that $20 super sticker earlier, Cash App earlier. The feminine allure would do something to the libido of a man. And I think Jenny is a Scorpio like your wife, man. And I can't believe being a Libra, man, you know, you saying that you might be an anomaly though, Dre. You might be just an anomaly. Cause most guys at 54 that love definitely ain't crossing borders at 54. But you guys can see, man. Y'all watch this. Hold on, let me show y'all something about it. Could Dre getting it in, man? Hold on. And guys, I'm gonna be playing this as my intro while we're doing the hold tight. While we're doing the trilogy. All right, so hold tight.
Yeah. You know, even try to. Nobody can match you. Don't you for life. Sexy mind and body. You already got me now. Loving you madly. Girl, you might be matching your body. She no even trying, she got it. I'll be here beside you. Anything I got you. You know play. All you do is shut down the wrong way. Looking dangerous.
Drake 54, guys. Drake killing the game, man. Drake killing the game. Hold on, man. I gotta drop some fire for your mind, man, because damn Drake killing the game. Drake 54 and he killing the game. A man in the United States is 54 like he's dead. Dre's still like a young man. But let me hit y'all with some fire for your mind.
Fire for your mind. The culture, tradition.
Dre dropping that fire for your mind. Dre, man, I can feel the exuberance, man. I can feel the vibrations, man. You're moving like you're a 20-year-old, man. You know, you're getting in there like you're a 20-year-old man. You know, you got your swag on, you got the Dre swag, you're dancing, you look happy. And, you know, what was it about the allure? When did you know that Andrea was going to be your wife? Hold on to those thoughts. But when did you know that Andrea was going to be your wife? And in the meantime, let me send a special shout out to James Turner. He said, Coach, another donation, Dre's spitting fire. And that's on my mama, and that's a deal, right? No doubt. Thank you there, James. I appreciate it, brother. And also shout out to my man, Ronaldo Kelly, for that $5 super sticker. Thank you, Mr. Kelly, for that $5 super sticker, brother. I appreciate it. But when did you know, Dre, that Andrea was going to be your wife? Because I'm sure you dated plenty of women. You know, we call you Jack the Ripper because you was killing them. You know, we call Drake Jack the Ripper.
Yeah, that's my nickname, Dre the Ripper.
Are you serious? I didn't know that.
Yeah, Dre the Ripper, man. I'm Dre the Ripper.
I didn't know that. I just made it from the top of my head. I didn't know they called you Dre the Ripper. And that's not me. And that's not me hearing love crossing borders. I didn't know that. Somebody came up with. But no, seriously, I did. I just made it up from the top of my head. But when did you know? You dated multiple women. You got a very intelligent wife. She's pretty, very intelligent, very educated. But what was it about Andrea that said, you know what? This woman is the one. She's the one. What made you say,
okay,
this
is the one?
First thing
was when she sat back and she said, no, we ain't about to do this on the first night. I'm like, what? Somebody dare to tell Andre no on the first night?
Right.
Not realizing that real Colombian or real South American or Central American women, intimacy on the first night is not their thing.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Right,
now, the party girls, you can get them whenever you want. But most of the decent women, you're not going to get on the first night. You can get some, yes, but most, no. And Andre was like, nah, we ain't about to do this on the first night. So, okay, I'm like, who is this that dare to tell me after all these women have said yes on the first night in South America, she dares to tell me no. So, okay, cool. That was a check mark to let me know that she had respect for herself.
Right.
But when we were actually a year later, man, we were already in a relationship. Everything was going great. We were climbing down a volcano. And in order to get to the bottom, she had to depend on me. She depended on me with each step. If she would have slipped with any step, it wouldn't have been death defying, but it would have been harmful to her. So she depended on me to be able to take care of myself, and she depended on me as we were climbing down to depend on her. That was number 2 moment that made me say, okay. But the final moment was when I went to go look for an apartment. I'm in a 5-bedroom, I'm in the penthouse looking like Scarface. And she's over there, and this place is great. Pool, security, brand new building, 5 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, only $1,000 a month in Colombia. I mean, killing it. The view, multi-million-dollar view. Andrea and the manager were talking, and I was like, this apartment will be empty without this woman in it. She was way over there. She wasn't nowhere near me. I'm just looking at the apartment, and I saw her and the manager talking. I was like, there will be something missing if she is not a part of this. So since God sent me 3 signs of this is the one, I wasn't about to let this woman pass me by. And in all sincerity, I've never regretted one day. Not one day. Every day, Andrea reminds me of the fact that anytime you got a woman that you've been with for almost 5 years and you still getting used to their version of love, because love in the United States is completely different from how a woman would treat you from South America and Central America. Completely different. I had one woman I was dating in Colombia, in Brazil. She told me, you don't know what love is. He said, you still need me to teach you what love is. I was like, what are you talking about? I know what love is. Come to find out, in South America and Central America, black men, I'm going to tell you this now. You don't know a dang thing about love until you fall in love with somebody from Central America or South America. These women will show you and define love in ways that you ain't never knew about. You thought you knew love and you was confident. I don't care how old you are. I was 49. This woman, Andrea, taught me a redefinition of what love is supposed to be, not the love that I was tolerating while I was in the United States.
Say it one more time for those in the back, man. The love you would tolerate. Say it one more time for the audience in the back, man. I'll let they hurt you.
The love that I deserve and the love that I needed to understand and learn from, not the love that I tolerated in the United States. By way of definition, some of you dudes are with your baby mama because she your baby mama. Some of you dudes are with the woman. Some of you ladies are with him because when you were fighting cancer, he was right there. So now you still with him because he fought cancer with you. But this was 10 years ago, and he been getting on your last nerve ever since then because they've been cheating on you. Some of you guys in the States, you sat back, and because she was with you when you was broken, you lost your job. That's your baby. That's your woman now. I want to marry her now. Not because she's a good person, not because she stopped yelling at you and disrespecting you, but because she sat back and tolerated you because you just so happened to lose a job at one point in time, which everybody has gone through. You think she was a trooper because she didn't kick you out the house. Because she didn't kick you out of the house when you lost a job, you think that she deserved a ring.
Right. Excellent. Right. That's not love, right?
That's not love.
Right. And that lets you know, Dre, how low the standards are for so many men here in America. You know, you could be living a prosperous life. You know, the gospel said, and me and Dre both grew up in Church of God in Christ, Church of Pentecostal Holiness, you know. He said, I come that you may have life and have it more abundantly. And not only as it relates to the spiritual, but also as it relates to relationships. Once you understand the power of world travel, that's why I said there are 7 steps, Dre, that a man got to go through in order to become optimized. You got to understand, you got to have faith, family, female psychology, finances, politics, world travel, and male mental health. Once you can experience all of those 7 elements, then you will become optimized, just like Mega Man. You remember Mega Man, that game back in the day? You remember Mega Man could be shooting big pellets? You'll be optimized like Mega Man when you get one of them electron balls, man. And I want to see you men happy. It's you know, it brings me joy when I see men smiling, man, when they get them a beautiful wife or a good woman. I think about the American Brazilian when he got his wife Thalita from Brazil. You know, he's smiling, he's happy because he got a woman that's on his program. He got a woman that does not challenge his authority. Dre, I want to ask you a question because on Top Gun, he want to come up at some point and talk, and you know, but you know,
bring him on up.
Well, we're gonna bring him up in a minute, but when you because I want to get through these questions, I got so many. But when you think about Dre, women challenge the man's authority in South America and Central America. Is that a no-no? Is that a no-no for a woman to challenge her man's authority? And if she does challenge her man's authority on a consistent basis, I want you to tell the audience what happens to a woman like that.
Okay. If it is a good man being challenged, well, okay, let me be honest. A good man, whether you're born in South or Central America, or if you are an expat and just moved to Central or South America, even if your woman questions you, she'll realize that you're such a good man taking the goal of the family in a positive direction that you're usually not questioned. Andre usually doesn't question me like, what do you mean by that? Where are we going with this? What? No, I don't agree with that. Usually it's not, I don't go through that. And I see a lot of men here in South America, even when we were in Central America, a lot of the good men are allowed to direct the family, to lead the family. Not manage the family, but lead the family.
Lead the family, right.
The wife usually is the manager. The man is the leader of the direction where the family's going to go. And so at the end of the day, I can't sit back and say, yeah, these women are like this, or they give you so much trouble. No, But let's say the men that aren't any good. Let's talk about them. They're the ones that go through the pressure and the headaches in Central, South, and North America and any other country when it comes to the woman in their lives. I always put the weight back on what type of man are you? Andre, how come I attracted this beautiful woman that she drugged me and I woke up 3 days later and all my computer, my passport and everything is gone? What type of man are you? Andre, how come in North America my woman is always arguing with me and yelling at me and she doesn't respect me?
Right.
What type of man are you? Same thing in Central America. At the end of the day, as a man, just like as a woman, it all falls back on you. I wish I could sit back and give an answer other than, but at the end of the day, why is it that a brother like me from the east side Detroit, the Black Bottom, can find a good woman no matter where I've been for the most part in North America, Central America, and now South America, to where as you guys, some of you guys got way more money than I had, and yet even with your money, you can't attract a good woman. If you gave a good woman, if you sat back and said, I got $10,000 right here for a good woman in North, South, or Central America, you still couldn't attract a good woman with $10,000 in your hand as a bond, as a warrant. Saying, I got a warrant out for a good woman right here. I got $10,000 in my hand for the next good woman that come into my life. And you still couldn't attract a good woman. What is it about you that you need to ask yourself, I can't attract good women? That's your problem. It's not about the women. It's about who you attract.
Right. It's who you attract. I agree with that, man. And, you know, that's why I said guys need to have their thoughts modified.
Right.
The more they modify their thoughts, the more they will begin to eradicate, Dre, those negative thinking errors. And also, Dre, those what I call schema afflictions. Mr. Palmer said that you got to change the law in your mind. And many times, Dre, they can't change the law in their mind because they don't have the proper defense. You know, in Israel, it's called Kal McGrath. But you know, Bruce Lee had something that was even better. Bruce Lee told the people, Dre, that you gotta be like water. And if a man is gonna block the negative infection points that so many have given him, whether it be the mom, whether it be the community, some of you men have been infected mentally by negative programming and negative social conditioning. I came up with a concept called mental kung fu. You guys got to be like water, and I'm going to tell you in a minute.
That's ISO? Rack it up, I got a bit of the bank to make me a safe house. Shake it up, she got her hands on her knees and
Yeah, they got to be like water, Dre, because Bruce Lee said be like water. Dre, you had to be like water. You had to learn, Dre, how to be malleable. You had to learn, Dre, how to let water roll off your back like water rolling off a duck's, you know, a duck's ASS. But on the flip side, Dre, when it came down to being a force like water, Dre, because water can be fluid, but water also can be very static. When water is concentrated at its highest pressure, Dre, it can penetrate steel at high pressure. What does it mean, Dre, to be like water? And since you've been like water in this loaded question, what has it done for you mentally?
Bruce said it like this. Bruce said, make sure that you are like water.
Like water, right?
Water. And Bruce was like saying, listen, be fluid in life.
Be fluid, no doubt.
You go to another country and their definition or how they love and how they treat family is different from how you treat it. Be like water, my friend. And make sure you are fluid to learn, to be willing to learn. That's what Bruce was saying. You always have to be on learner mode, whether it be in business, whether it be in relationship, whether it be one thing that most of us are content creators are. we live on learner mode. We ask each other so many questions. How'd you do this? How'd you do that? What about this? What about that? I've been doing YouTube and other content for 4 years, and I still talk like I'm day one. So it is with relationships. You have to be water, my friend.
You have to be water, right?
Like you said, you have to be fluid when it comes to realizing that the culture of love in one continent or country is completely than the definition of where you came from. Where you come from, let me put it like this. I'll give you a perfect example.
Go ahead, Trey.
For the most part in the United States, there are people that sit in any country, but I'm going to use my country, United States. There are couples that are drama couples. We fight and we argue, and the sex is good. As far as Central and South America, they don't do that.
Right, right.
Two couples that do that, but that we gonna fight. That makes the sex good. Yeah, that don't work in South America. That the definition of love and care is completely different, because you got to think of South American people are on survival mode. Can you help this family survive?
Yes, right.
America, can you help this family survive? Don't nobody give a dang about you sitting up there. We get in an argument, and all of a sudden the sex is good. Can you help this family survive?
Can you help the family survive? Right.
Can you be like water, my friend?
Can you be like water? Right, right.
And so if you cannot be, that's another thing about being with your passport and getting counseling or therapy before you leave the United States. Because some of you dudes, I'm going to tell you something. You know, one of the biggest mistakes culture I see that men make when they come from the United States, they try to make South America into North America.
Yes, right.
Well, I'm an American. You should treat me like, you should flow like water, my friend.
Right.
If you don't know how to do that, Bruce been telling you, before you go to another country, flow like water, my friend.
Flow like water, right.
You don't know how to do that. So you want to go to only North American nightclubs that remind you of the music that you listen to in North America. You want to eat food and complain about the food in Central and South America because it doesn't remind you of the chitlins and the grits and all the food, the soul food that caused you to have heart failure and gouts in the United States. But you want them to have that in Central America. Be like water, my friend.
Be like water. That's powerful though, isn't it, Dre? It's powerful. If you really think about it, you got to be like water. You know, in the clinical world, we call it cognitive restructuring. We call it, you have to restructure your schema. Your schema is a fixation. You know, it's a fixation that permeates in the mind of a man. A negative schema is this, Dre: I'll never get a good woman. The automatic thought that a man gets when he come around a woman is that I'm a loser. And so you have to be like water. Just flow. Just flow. Just be malleable. Learn how to adapt. Because, you know, in the clinical world, Dre, we call it assimilation. When you blend into another culture, you seek to understand that culture. But accommodation, Dre, is when you pull off things that you learned in your culture, and you take things from their culture and you inculcate, Dre, those things from that culture into your culture. The last step, Dre, is called adaptation. Once you can adequately adapt to another culture, then guess what, Dre? You are being like water. Because you are bending. You're learning how to bend to the culture. You're learning how to bend to the vibrations of that culture. And you're not necessarily dispelling, Dre, myths and more or less learning outcomes from the past, but you're learning to inculcate yourself or aggrandize yourself into a culture that can help you become a better man. Dre, correct. I'm gonna ask you another question. What has South American culture done for you? You talked about the food, you talked about the water, you talked about a lot of different things, but what have South American culture done for Dre? That's the first one. You got two. You got two. What has South American culture done from Dre? And what can a younger woman do for a man, what can a younger woman do for a man that's financially stable?
Okay, cool. Okay, the first thing that a younger woman can do, and I'm going to come back to the first one. The first thing that a younger woman can do for a man, once again, is most men think about their lineage in regards to having children. And if you are with a woman that is, let's be honest, ladies, come on, let's be honest. If you are 38, you may be able to give him a child, but statistically and health-wise, you may not be able to give him children. Some of you ladies make the mistake of, because you think you can give him a child, that's what he wants. Many of us men want children, plural, not singular. You might at 38 and 41 could give him singular, but many of us going to be frustrated because we actually wanted plural, 2 and 3 children. So that's the first thing that a younger woman can do. The second thing a younger woman can do for a man is allow him to see life once again by the eyes of youthfulness. When I take Andrea to places that I've already been, it's amazing that I get to celebrate through the eyes of youthfulness some of the things that I've already done, the places that I've already been, and she gets a chance to go. You get a chance to do that. But many women who have money in the United States and doing their thing in the United States, they've been already to some of the places and some of the cruises and experienced some of the things that I've already experienced. But the younger woman, she allows me to sit back and see the newness and value and appreciation of this place that I've already been, or this goal that I've already accomplished, or the skill that I already have that she's picked up. And she shows me that, hey, Andre, I remember when I did that at that age. Now I really appreciate it, now that I'm at an older age, seeing it being done through the eyes or through the experience of somebody else. The last thing, and I gotta admit, ladies, come on now, gotta admit this. A younger woman, the mileage. We got a truck downstairs. It's got 9,000 kilometers. In kilometers, that's about 5,000 plus miles. What would you ladies rather purchase? A truck with only 5,000 miles after a year, well taken care of, oil's changed, look brand new, washed every other weekend, clean inside out, brand new tires? What would you rather have? Something that's got only 5,000 miles on it of stress, sexual activity, headaches, ups and downs, or a 37-year-old woman, 2 kids, 2 baby daddies, both of the men getting on their last nerve. See, some of you ladies don't realize, if I were to marry you and you only had 1 child, you do realize I got to marry your baby daddy too. You do realize that too. I've literally married a man into my life. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. Because if he's any type of man, he wants to be a part of his child's life, right? So now I've not only married you into my life, I've not only married the child into my life, I've married this dude into my life. Because just like he's in your life for the rest of your life, guess whose life he's also a part of? Not just the child, not just you, but me too. But a younger woman, less mileage, who doesn't have any kids like my wife, 5,000 miles, ain't got that much stress on it. She ain't hating men. She ain't mad at men all over the place and going through all the ups and downs because of it. So at the end of the day, men who have bust their butts to get to the position of life that Kosher or myself are in, we are not looking at, we're saying, 41 and sexy, 28 and sexy. Give me 28. Do not get mad if I choose 28. But I'm still sexy at 41. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. There are some sexy 41-year-olds. But I would rather have 28 because 41 might be able to give me a kid. But 28 can give me children. And you ladies don't think about that, but men do. Now, Kosher, could you do me a favor? Can I get the first question first? Because I answered the second one first.
Okay, hold tight. What was the first question? I forgot what it was. I asked you about.
You asked me one.
Yeah, so about getting an older woman. Is it necessary for a younger woman in Colombia to feel safe with a financially secure man? So basically, Are younger Colombian women beneficial to financially stable men? And if so, why?
Yes. I'll tell you why. It's not about the youth. Any woman can tell you there's some young women that'll run through your money and you'll end up broke, sad, and you're on the side of the road somewhere with a passport looking stupid. So just because a woman is younger, that don't mean nothing for real, except for the development of children compared to a child. So what's the difference? The difference is, at the end of the day, if a man sits back and economically, we talk about economics, if he's economically wise, doesn't matter if he's older or younger, it's your responsibility as a man in South America or Central America to be economically savvy. That means this: in Mexico, in Guatemala, in Belize, in Argentina, in Brazil or Colombia, or Ecuador, Panama, doesn't matter. Already expect that woman who was raised by pesos. Do not expect her pesos to come to the table talk about 50% on the light bill. No, no. I don't care what country in South or Central America you choose her from. She could be great, coming from a great family. You know it's not a fair race if you're sitting up there making US dollars that are worth more than a euro right now, and your woman is making pesos. You sit up there and try to judge her or come and act like a king. I'm the one in charge when she was raised on pesos. Sit your little happy tail down. Let that younger woman develop it to the woman that she needs to be to help you master the art of financing with your dollars. It's your job to make sure all this get paid. Hey, guys, I'm 100% believer of hypergamy. Every bill for the last 4 years, Andre can tell you, Andre makes sure all the bills are paid. Everything. There's not one bill in this house Andre had to pay for. Why? Because the race is not fair. She was raised on pesos. No matter how much money she makes, no matter how much money she makes. So who am I to sit back and criticize a woman who was raised on pesos in South America, Central America, knowing that the race wasn't fair as soon as somebody said pesos? So when it comes to economics, if you got a good younger woman, she realizes that I don't have to blow through my man's economics for us to accomplish the goals that we need to accomplish. Do my wife got some expensive? I'm looking at Andrea's purse collection right now. Listen, Andrea's purse collection in the States, that would be a down payment for somebody's car or house. Believe that. But did Andrea work for it to make sure when she was with them? Now here we go, culture. Make sure that she, as a young woman, she was willing to listen to her man when it came to economics of the dollar. So she was able to start making the economics of the dollar with her investments. Now Andrea doesn't look at me, baby, I want to purchase, buy, or have. Andrea's got her own. And now her purse collection is all of dollars compared to a lot of women with the pesos. So when I say when a younger woman is willing to take the time out to learn compared to the wrong older woman who thinks she know everything because I got the dollar, I know how to invest, I got crypto and 401k and blah, 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 blah. You can't tell an older woman nothing. Cool, got you, baby. I can't tell you nothing. You good? Cool. Now I got this younger woman from South America who was raised on pesos.
Right.
And she's with a man that was raised on dollars. And she sit back and watch. Just like a young, just like in the animal kingdom, when animals watch each other and say, okay, let me see how you did that. Okay, show me how you did that. Now I'm about to do that. Now I don't need you to do that. You see that process I just said? Show me how you did that. I'm going to watch how you did that. I'm going to do that. Now I don't need you to do that. That's what my wife has done in Central America. And a lot of women, South America, and a lot of women in South America and Central America who are younger are willing to be on learner mode.
Right.
The good women, not the party girls, not the girls that you like, ooh, she's so fine, let's smoke some, not them girls. They ain't want to do nothing. I'm talking about the good women will always be on learner mode in these other countries. And all of a sudden, my wife is buying real estate without my help, without my finances, without my economic insight. She making more money on the dollar than I would be making at a certain extent.
Right.
That's what you want from your woman. If your woman is still a bottom feeder, let's go back to what we talked about before, culture. All that goes back on you, brother. If your wife is a lobster, shrimp, crab, that's all on you, brother. If after all these years of being with you for 3 or 4 years and she still doesn't know how to manage the dollar, she know about the pesos. She was raised on the pesos, but she been with you for 4 years, Mr. Businessman. So why the hell is it that your woman still doesn't know how to know anything about the dollar, but she been with you for 4 years? 4 years with you, and she don't know nothing about the dollar, this young lady. And yet she's on learner mode, waiting for you to teach something, and you ain't taught her nothing yet. And she's a good woman on learner mode. She's like water, my friend.
She's like water, no doubt. I love it, man. Yes, sir. And guys, you guys are doing an excellent job. I need you guys to do something else for me. I'm going to drop the link. I want Top Gun to come up, and a couple of other brothers want to talk about their experience about been traveling abroad. I was in Brazil twice. I was in the movie coming up. I'm supposed to be in Atlanta at some point. I'm going to be chopping up with my friend Al Grease. I'm going to be frustrated through the movie. And so this movie more or less speaks to the sentiment as it relates to male empowerment. Dre, I came up with a concept called the King Effect, and I want you to let that marinate in your head. But in the meantime, guys, I need you guys to get the algorithm up. Get the algorithm up. I need 50 from getting to 4,000. You guys have been doing an awesome job tonight. This stream should be a lot bigger. You guys don't understand what y'all got in Dre. Dre is an awesome brother, and Top Gun was in Colombia recently. He got his veneers, Dre got his veneers. But I need you guys to do this because the algorithm, guys, got to be fed. So feed the beast. All right, feed the algorithm, guys. Feed the algorithm. All right, so Dre, the King Effect. Why is a patriarchal country so important for having the King Effect? The King Effect, in my mind, meaning being treated like a man, being honored like a man, being respected like a man, being able to lead like a man, gives a man the King Effect. Why is the King Effect so vital? And what have the King Effect done to Dre? And then we're going to drop the link. Top Gun, I want you to come up, or any other brothers want to come up and ask Dre a question. And then we're going to have another powerful conversation as Dre is giving you guys Q&As on this live stream. So, the King Effect. Why is it so important?
In order to have the king or the patriarchal society, let's go with matriarchal. Let's stop for a second. Panel, chat. Throughout history, can you name one successful community, country, continent that was dominated by the ladies? Don't let that sink in.
Right.
See, in the United States, the only one that's dominated and controlled and mastered by the ladies is the black community. Oh yeah, right now, 2022, black women crack the whip on black men. There's so many black male simps out there. Y'all crack the hey, black women are treating us right now in the United States like our mamas treated us back in the 70s and 80s.
Yes, sir.
Some of you dudes still act like at 48, you're humble at 48 the same way you were humbled at 8.
Right.
You looked up to the black woman when you were 8, and you still looking up to the black woman to help you out at 48.
Right.
Okay, let me ask you this before we go historical. Does the Asian man do that? No, he doesn't. Does the Latin man, does he do that? Does he look up to his woman from 8 years old to 48? No, he doesn't. What about the Middle Eastern man? What about the Southeast Asian man? Does he look up at his okay, one stage I looked up at my mama, now I'm 48 and I look up at my wife like this? Only the black man in the United States does that. And now let's go from the historical mode or time period. Name one era in world history where black women were the dominant force and it was successful. You built the buildings, black women. Was it successful? You built the statues that honored different cultures. You built the pyramids, black women. Was it successful? Come on, ladies. Name one culture. Did you build Atlantis? A missing culture. You didn't.
You did, right.
No culture in history was successful with a matriarchy, women rule. What makes you think that the black community will be the first one where black women rule where it's going to be successful? Every culture in world history, from the Greek all the way throughout the 54 countries of Africa, all the way through all of Asia, all the way through the English Empire, all the way through South America, Central America, has always been successful when it was a patriarchal male ruling, not controlling. Notice I said not controlling, but ruling society. But now the black people of the United States want to be the first ones to pretend like if women ruled, we'll be successful. When it has never happened in world history. In world history, from the dinosaur to today, there's never been a time period where women ruled and the buildings got built and the wars got successful and children got their education and people progressed and economics blew up because of women. And even white women know this in the United States, and Asian women know this in the United States, and Latin women know this in the United States. So how the heck all of a sudden from out of nowhere, when all these cultures have never experienced this before, black women got the audacity to think that we're going to be the first culture to be successful with the matriarchy, with women ruling and not men ruling, stepping up, being their job. Before I let you go ahead and speak, Culture, realize this, ladies. The definition, and I want you to never forget this, the definition of the word husband, as a husband, I should know this, is gardener. The original definition of the word husband is gardener.
Right, it's a garden, husbandry. And
husband, absolutely correct.
Husbandry, right.
So when women sit back and try to be the gardener, instead of being what you're supposed to be, the photosynthesis, the sunlight. The word wife means light or photosynthesis that brings everything in the garden to life. While you're trying to be the garden, ain't nothing being brought to life. So it is in the black community. That's why ain't nothing being brought to life.
Yes, sir.
You want to be the gardener instead of being the photosynthesis, in other words, the light, bring everything to life.
Yes, sir.
Keep on trying, sisters.
Right.
Be the gardener, or the pseudo gardener, and nobody's being the photosynthesis, and nothing in the black community is being brought to life.
And you know what? And you know what, Dre? Luke Case is right. All indicators telling us that matriarchal leadership is not beneficial for society, and she's correct. And that's why, Dre, when I have Luke Casely on tomorrow, she's going to get the perspective from a woman coming from Nicaragua and also Venezuela. We're going to talk about family, faith, culture, tradition, community, behaviors from a woman perspective that's lived in those countries. Well, see, this is the first time, Dre, in this trilogy where we had a woman giving it from a woman's perspective. And then we're going to bring it in together. But in the meantime, guys, Dre, we got a Cash App alert. We got a Cash App alert from James Murphy.
It's the money.
All right, so James Myrtle said that for a one-on-one interview on your channel, brother. Yeah, James, I got you. Listen,
James, reach out to me at kosherclinician@gmail.com. That's kosherclinician. I'm going to post it up in a minute. kosherclinician@gmail.com for a one-on-one consultation. Dre does very powerful consultations about Brazil. I'm going to tell you guys something. You're not going to get a better tandem on tonight with a licensed therapist and a man, a former expat that's living in Colombia, giving you good game. If you want to get the best, you got to pay for it. But so many times, Dre, people want hookups. You know, they want the brother discount. They don't want to work for anything. And you guys have done a good job tonight. But if you guys like what I'm doing, go support Dre at Love Crossing Borders. Continue to support me, because once again, guys, when you support the stream, it gives me the power and the time to be invigorated. I literally took about 8 hours off and on while I was at work creating this montage. You see the quality of that montage. It's not a dusty montage. It takes time to do the research to put all this stuff together. It's a lot of work behind the scenes. You guys see the after effects, but I'm doing everything in my power to give you guys quality, not cheap crap, but I want to give you guys quality. And so when you guys work hard, it helps me work hard. So now I'm going to drop the link. Top Gun, I want you to come up and add to the story, because I want people to hear your story. And then anybody else that want to ask Dre some questions, because Top Gun was in Colombia recently. And, you know, he's thinking about becoming an expat at some point too, because men determine the trajectory of culture. Men are the civil engineers. We are the civil engineers, Dre. Like you said, the man is the husbandry, and she is the plant. She is the photosynthesis. And I'm going to say this, like I said before earlier, healthy control is not bad. You know, we always say, well, he's supposed to control you in a good way, as long as it's not bad control. You ever heard folks, Dre, back in the past that say, you know what, you need to go control those children. The old folks in the South would say, man, you need to control your wife. Abusive control, and I'm going to do a show on it, is totally different than healthy control. A man that gives his woman healthy control, he loves her, but he also checks her when she's wrong. That's healthy control. A man that loves his wife will tell her, listen, you can't go out wearing those pants, because you're my wife and you're representing me. But see, you know, so many men now, Dre, they're petrified by their wives. They won't, when their wives talk to them, they won't say nothing, Dre. They're scared. And you know, so many are looking like a gravy train Sips. Okay, they got cognitive dissonance, and many, Dre, once again, on that gravy train. And see, gravy train sipping, Dre, is a condition that a term that I created. But gravy train sipping, Dre, will cause a man to look old, like an old hound dog. You remember that dog food called gravy train, and a lot of men have eaten the gravy train dog food of America to the point, Dre, is make them look old and tired, because they think that they're going to get the outcomes like their grandfather and their great grandfather got. It's not going to happen in this lifetime. Men, you must be the change that you seek to be. You have to be the change that you seek to be. You are the civil engineer. You are the first fruit of God's creation. You didn't come out of her, but she came out of you, as it relates to Adam and Eve. The original woman came from the man. The woman was made for the man. So the original, people say, well, the woman is the womb and she's mother of God. No, she's not. The original woman came out of the side of a man. So man is the original creator at the behest of God. So when you hear these men walking around dragging their knuckles, you know, I'm going to do what my wife say. Well, you know, you're a gravy train simp, because you don't know how much power you have. In order to love your wife, you have to correct your wife in a loving way. Speak the truth in love. But so many men let their wives control them. That when men become masculine, they don't know what true masculinity look like. You're in a country, Dre, where the vibrations are very high for masculinity. But here in America, you know, we don't see masculinity here in America. So when women see true masculine men, they say, oh, he's toxic. But no, that's just how men act. Go ahead, Dre.
I'll give you a perfect example. Last week, Andrea with Kings and Dreams, shout out to Kings and Dreams, who just gave a cash app to you. Andre was on a live stream on Kings and Dreams channel, and the topic of submission came up, and she was like, "You know what? I love my husband. I don't submit to no man." Blah 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 blah. And she wasn't saying it in a sassy way or evil way. You just made a statement about a woman being feminine enough to sit back and still learn. After we got done showering, we went to bed, blah, blah, blah. I pulled my Bible out and I went to Ephesians chapter 5. Chapter 5, verse 22 to 31, where it says, and I said, I want you to read something for me. And it said, submit ye one to one another.
Right.
As for you wives, submit unto your husbands as the church submit unto Christ. And husbands, make sure you love your wives as Christ loved the church, who was willing to give his life for the church. Once again, I say, submit. My wife was open enough to hear what I had to say about, and I asked her this question. I said, babe, is there anything that I've done in this relationship that will make you feel, because women sometimes, and I'm going to come back to my statement, sometimes women repeat stuff that they just hear other women say. I ain't submitting to no man. It's because they repeating what they heard another woman say, not because they experienced a bad man, because they just repeating what somebody else said. So I said, babe, can I ask you a question? She said, yeah. Is there anything that I have done that would cause you to be uncomfortable with fulfilling this verse where God said, submit ye unto one another, and wives, submit to your husbands? So, and he also told me to submit and love my wife as Christ loved the church, and he gave his life for the church. I said, is there anything about me since we've been together that makes you personally would feel uncomfortable with that word submit because of something I did? Not the last man, not what women say, society has to say. Is there something that Andre did in your life since we've been together that make you feel uncomfortable with the word submit? And Andres had to admit, no. There is nothing about you, Andre, she said, I never thought about the fact that there is nothing about my husband that makes it uncomfortable to fulfill those scriptures that says, if my husband is willing to love me enough to give his life for me as Christ gave his life for the church,
right,
I should be at least willing to submit to the man who
yes.
just said that he would give his life for me.
Man,
gave his life for the
that's the highest honor, man. Listen, greater love have no man than this, that a man will lay down his life for a friend. It don't get no greater than that, Dre. That's why I don't understand the cognitive dissonance of some of these modern women. You expect that man to go down and be a bullet bag if somebody come in that house. That man's gonna put his life on the line to defend you. What women don't understand, Dre, is this: they see submission as being like a subservient, and they look at the negative aspects of submission. But submission can be also it's very dichotomous. It has many meanings. They only look at submission in a negative way, but watch this, Dre. The moon submits to the sun. When a woman lay down and give her body to a man, she's submitting to his phallus. The phallus, Dre, is like a royal scepter. The penis is literally like a royal scepter. It's like a rod. And the rod can give correction. When a woman gives a man her body, she's submitting to his rod, his phallus. They think that, but you are submitting. Every time you open your legs up, you submitting to that man. You submitting to the authority of his penis. They don't see it that way, Dre, but they are. To the point, Dre, that some of them, they can't get in a relationship with a man because, they submitted to Raekwon and Man intimately. And Raekwon and Man got their mind messed up, and that's why, Dre, when it comes down to getting with a good man, a righteous man, a man that they call boring, they can't be like, I can't think of the woman's name, but I think she's from your country, a part of the world, Shirley Brown.
Now you see, I don't want no trouble now.
Yeah, they can't say, Dre, I love that man, because they love so many men. And as Bishop Charles E. Williams said, y'all ain't gonna talk to me. You can't love that man because you love so many men. Some of them got oxytocin abuse. You can't love the man that you decide to give your life to because you've been with so many.
Now your body is messed up, your mind is messed up because you can't receive the love from the man that you were supposed to have been with. But they don't understand that, Dre. They don't understand. That's why so many women get bored in relationships, because they've given their best to so many. You know, I like what one man said. I think it was Black Man Unfiltered. He gave the diagram of a pie. And he said, you take that pie and cut it into 10 pieces. Right. He said, by the time you give that slices that pie away to so many men, when you get your husband, what do you have to give to him? Nothing. They don't have nothing to give, Dre, because they gave the pie away to so many others. And see, the fair exchange in the past, Dre, was a woman be wife ready, no children, and chaste. And we know people are human. We know people make mistakes. But you can't come into a relationship and say, I deserve. Nobody deserves anything. Men don't deserve a good woman. If you're a man that's listening to me tonight, you don't deserve a good woman. You got to earn your way in that woman's life. But on the flip side, you don't deserve, woman, a good man. Just because you got a vagina, you don't deserve anything. Because deserve, in my mind, Dre, sounds like entitlement. You're not entitled to his resources. You're not entitled to his love. You're not entitled to his protection. You're not entitled to his provision, because you gave it to Raekwon and Man for free. They didn't have to work for it. You gave it to them for free. But you want the man to pay the full price for something that you gave to another man for free? It doesn't make any sense, Dre, to me. Does it make sense to you, Dre? Because you're a Libra, you're very balanced, you're analytical and logical. It don't make any sense. It don't make sense to me, Dre.
No, it to me either, and that's why ladies are just watching men. I tell a man. I tell women this: the only thing that a woman in the United States can do for me is one thing.
Right.
Point me to an airport.
Right. Point you to an airport. Right.
I'm not about to fuss with you. I'm not about to argue with you. Can you just let me know in this city where the airport is? Because I'm about to fly up out of here. See, when you become to a certain extent, and I say this to women too, ladies, when you finally get fed up with the mess that you got to deal with some of these brothers, all he can do for you is point you to an airport. Same thing how we feel about you, ladies. All you can do for us is just point us to an airport. Right.
Shout out to my girl, ex-church girl. It's been a while since I've seen you there. Thank you for that $10 cash app. And that's a deal, right? But now we got the man of the hour. I call him the serpent supper, the serpent suffer king. He, I got the word from Top Gun. He came up with the word, the granny serpent. And we're gonna talk about them serpents, because we got the granny serpents is the reason why the Top Gun guys is going to Brazil. Hold tight.
What did we do to her? You mean what did she do to us? She had the nerve to call us witches. And she was right. You three ugly witches.
All right, Top Gun. How you doing, brother? What's going on, man? This is my number one moderator. He's always holding it down. Very loyal, good brother. He be holding it down for me. He's one of the brothers in the trenches for me. But how would you like to add to this conversation? You were recently in Cali, Colombia. You were with Dre. And how would you like to add to the conversation and the beatitudes of being in Colombia?
Well, first I want to add to the conversation by suggesting that the guys in the chat, book a consultation with you and Andre as well. Much needed. It'll make the transition to anyone visiting much more smoother, because the mental is definitely, you got to unwind before you go over there, because you'll take these American customs over there and get the same results. But it was a great experience, man. I experienced some feelings and some things that I've never experienced as a dude that's about to be 41. Andre was right when he was saying about how those women of, whether it's younger or whatever, they it's a certain level of femininity that makes you feel like a man. And I've never had a problem with the performance, but it was I don't need no over the counter over there, man. Just the femininity took me to a whole nother level. There's some very nice people over there.
Troy, you and I talk in private sometime, Top Gun, and what's wrong with American culture in your mind, and what did you see as it relates to the dichotomy in America versus Colombia? What was the biggest difference that you saw as it relates to respect, honor, and also femininity. What did you see?
The value of family. One of the things I saw that stood out was we went on a tour to go visit the Cristo Rey, and I saw this mother. She was checking her daughter. The girl might have been like 13, 14, 15. I never saw a young lady get checked in public like that here.
Right,
and
right.
And I saw a young girl getting checked by her mother, not rebelling, not with the ODD, not bucking. She sat there and she took it.
She took it, right.
So it's just that showed me that those women over there discipline their daughters.
Oh yeah, it's kind of funny that he would say that. And by the way, guys, when he said Cristo Rey is the giant statue of Christ. We have one in Colombia, in Cali, just like the one in Brazil. Is just a little smaller, but it's a huge statue. It's the exact same one. Brazil has Christ the Redeemer. We have Christ the King, Cristo Rey, and then there's one more in Peru that they have. So all three countries have the same statue that represent different things. So when he says Cristo Rey, so you guys get an idea of when he was at Cristo Rey visiting the statue, this is what took place.
Right. And these conversations are so important. You're not married, Top Gun. You are, tell the audience your age, and I think you're a six-figure earner. You live in the DMV area, but what are some of the biggest struggles you see in modern dating and relationships? And it's more or less saying, you know what, enough is enough. Six-figure earner living in the DMV area. What are you seeing in modern dating and relationships that's telling you, listen, I got to move to higher ground?
Well, I'll be 41 next Friday, and I checked out like 3 years ago. So what I saw was the rebellion, the lack of accepted leadership. I come from the hood, so I got a Granny Serpent, and I got some Aunt Esther's. You know what I mean? So I kind of got an advantage over a lot of people because I saw it in the 80s and the 90s. But it's just out of hand. It's out of hand. I checked out, and I'm gonna just say it's really not hope. Us guys got to get our minds right and go to where we appreciate it.
And is it safe to say that you've been friends with some of the Colombian women? What has it done for you mentally being friends? I know you're friends with some of the women in Colombia. You met them. When you look at your life and the struggles that you've had with dating and relationships here in America, now that you've traveled to Colombia, what is the succinct difference that you see in women in Brazil, and what has it done for you mentally as a man?
Well, I mean, I realize now that, like Andre said, I didn't know what love is. I'm experiencing some things and some treatments that I've never gotten. So I feel valued as a man, not valued as far as like for security and being an enforcer, but I really feel valued as a man. Just a simple conversation over there with those women mean a lot. It's the simple things that I've dealt with that were taken for granted. Those women appreciate that because they don't get it from their men. Like the bedroom satisfaction, the emotional connection. It's just a lot that we have to offer that those women appreciate, that it's not been receptive in my community.
What do you think is the reason why it's not accepted based on what you've seen from an anecdotal perspective?
Well, you got, grandmothers and aunts and mothers that's teaching their daughters to be independent. And, a lot of our women don't know what the value of a man is. They think it's more so for financial security. They don't really know the value of a man.
And why do you think that's so problematic for the Black community, or the sustainability of the Black community? Why do you think that's so important or so problematic? I'm sorry.
For the Black community part, I really can't answer because, like I said, I checked out of that thing too. You know what I mean? I'm more so like character, but it's problematic because it's family. When you lose your sense of family, then you're gonna lose your sense of culture. And we fell for the tricks. Government is the family. Government is the culture. Government is everything now. So there's no leadership. No identity. We don't have an identity.
What does identity mean to you as it relates to the sustainability of a Black community? And guys, that's the tag. If you guys need to see me, contact me at kosherclinician@gmail.com. Dre, put your information at the bottom, and I'll tell them how they can contact you for a consultation with coming to Colombia. But why is identity so important? I want you guys to tell the audience what Dre's consultation meant for you and what it gave to you, Troy, when you went to Columbia. But first, identity. What does identity mean to you? And how did Dre's consultation give you a perspective that you never had before? And this loaded question.
Identity means a lot because as a guy with no children, I plan to have children and leave a legacy. If I don't have an identity, what kind of legacy can I build? That's like the foundation of that legacy is the identity. You know what I mean? But the consultation was it meant a lot because it made my trip much more easier. You know, I went back in January. I didn't have the consultation, so it was a lot of hiccups and stuff like that. But it's kind of like, you know, him welcoming me into his home. I was pretty much like well aware of everything, what to expect, how to carry myself, what the culture was like over there, what the politics was like, where not to go, where to go, you know, what to be aware of. It was worth it.
You know, Stephanie Mills said, you know, I never knew love like this before. You know, what does it mean to you to have the love of a woman? Have you ever experienced love? You know, what does it mean to be loved by a woman? And then I'm gonna ask you another question about getting a home cooked meal, because I think you told me you never had a woman cook you a meal that was extremely rare. But what does love mean to Top Gun? What does it mean?
Now I see I haven't experienced it, so I'm I can't tell you what it meant because you know what I mean. I realize now I've never experienced love, so you know it's something that I'm striving to get. But I realize now with what I've dealt with you know some of my lady friends over there, I've not experienced what love actually is.
All right. Listen, guys, y'all can get in contact with Dre. Contact Dre at aspence2000@gmail.com for a consultation in Columbia. Dre's going to give you a comprehensive package on what to look out for, travel, booking, where to go, and if you're looking for a wife, Cali is the place to go. And Dre, I got to ask you a couple of questions about Cali and how simps are messing up the ecosystem in Columbia as well. But Troy, I'm going to ask you a question. You know, if you had a wife, what kind of woman are you looking for in a wife? What are you looking for in a wife that you feel like that's not here in America? What are you looking for in a wife that's not here in America?
Andre gave the example about his wife needing to trust him on their excursion that they went on. I've not ran across one woman that was going to blindly trust a man and lead them to anything other than destruction. So that's important to me, like trusting my judgment, trusting my leadership. I come from a matriarchal family, and I'm distant from that family because I'm not that type of dude. I need a woman that's gonna trust my leadership because I'm not a guy that needs to be led, especially by my woman.
Yes, sir. Right. What is a woman going to get from Top Gun? You know, I know you say you don't really matter if she's Afro-Latina or Blanco or Mestizo, but what is a woman going to get from Top Gun? Because, you know, not putting your business out there, but you're a six-figure earner. You're a hard-working blue-collar brother. You make six figures, and you saying, you know, they don't even appreciate you in the DMV area. What will a woman get from Top Gun besides being a cancer and moody?
Should definitely get a leader. Should definitely get a traditional guy. I got a strong relationship with my father. I had a strong relationship with my grandfather. I had a strong relationship with my grandfather's father. So I'm kind of like old school, and then I'm a young old soul as well. So she's not gonna get that goofy Pookie and Ray temporary whatever. You know what I mean? Like everything I do, I'm in it for the long term. So she's gonna get a leader. She's gonna get a guy that's gonna put his family first. She's gonna get a responsible guy, responsible financially. I'm gonna be there for emotionally. I'm gonna be there for physically. She's gonna get a man. Old school man.
You're gonna be them clanking them pots and pans, man.
Am I gonna be clanking them pots and pans? I'll be outside on the grill.
Off and on, Bob. That's gonna be her main job while you cut the grass. But Dre, Gregory Scholar asked you the question, man. He said, ask Dre if he thinks that women cherry pick out the Bible because many claim that they're dedicated to Christian beliefs, yet they balk at leadership. And
I'm gonna answer part of it, Dre, but it's biblical a la carte. Part of it is ignorance, and then part of it is rebellion. But it's biblical a la carte. They say they claim the part about being a Christian as it relates to benefiting their feelings. But when you show them the scripture as it relates to male leadership, they don't want to hear that because it does not placate to their feelings. But Dre, answer that point of reference, please.
Once again, it comes back down to you. You chose her.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I could put it any other way, and it wasn't so simplistic. You chose her.
Mm-hmm.
You chose her for the first date because she was attractive and she had a nice smile and so forth. You chose her. And then here's the kicker. After she showed you who she was, you stayed with her.
Right.
And that's the responsibility. See, it's one thing to sit back and say, when I met her, oh, you know what? Maybe I didn't hear what I heard. But then as time progressed, you chose to stay on a continual basis. I'm going to say something like I've been saying for the longest. Men and women in the United States don't ignore red flags.
That's true.
Again, men and women in the United States, and even in South America and Central America, but we're just going to talk about the United States right now. Do not ignore red flags. You know, you accept red flags, you ignore white flags. That person gave up on being the type of woman that you deserve to have day 3. She waved the white flag. Oh, you accepted her red flag. She might smoke cigarettes, or she might smoke weed, or she just might overdo. You accepted her red flags because she was so sexy. You may want natural hair. She didn't wear natural hair. Whatever it was, you accept the red flags. We as people have a tendency of crying about the red flags because we accept the red flags. However, it's the white flag that you ignore. It's people that you've been with for a year or 2 years that's been waving the white. I'm not about to be a better woman. I'm not about to go to church. I'm not about to stop cussing at you.
Right.
I'm not about to stop hitting on you.
Right.
Most people don't know statistically more domestic violence is done on men than it is in women.
Right.
I'm not going to stop hitting on you
Right.
or disrespecting you. I'm going to not stop talking about your mama. She's waved the white flag. And yet men in the United States and other countries, after she's waved the white flag after day 3, you still want to keep her for 3 more years. That's on you. I don't blame her. Why? Because she already showed you, I'm not going to try. I give up. I'm not going to try after 3 days, after 3 months. Some of you dudes have been with women, and some of you ladies have been with dudes for 10 years. He already waved the white flag after year 3, but you still stuck around. That's on you for sticking around for another 7 years or 7 months. That's on you.
No, I totally agree. Shout out to my man, Sir Hill Speaks. That's the young lion, another Leo in the house. But you know what? Dre, this has been a very powerful stream, man. A very, 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 very powerful stream. I love your intellect, man. You quick on your feet. You and the Anger Man got that Libra swag, man. Y'all quick on y'all feet. If I ask you a question, just like rapid fire, man. You fire away. You don't be hemming and humming. You fire away. And I'm gonna tell you something. You're a good brother, man. Top Gun had nothing but good words to say about you, man. Good brother, man. You're a good brother. You got a good heart. But Troy, I want you to tell the people what you're going to get from Dre's Colombian package. What are some of the accessories you got from Dre's package when you traveled to Colombia? What services did he offer you that were beneficial? And I want you guys to understand, this is not pre-recorded. This is not preempted. This is off the cusp. We didn't plan this at all. Dre is a good man. But what services did Dre give you when you went to Colombia, Cali?
Well, depending on if you just visited temporary or if you planning on moving, all the living accommodations from the Airbnb to the rentals to the home ownerships to, opening the bank account, what type of lawyers you need to get with, the whole process. If you're thinking about purchasing, because everything is different over there than here, as far as the legal stuff like that. The realtor game is different than it is here. Just once again, the lay of the land, everything. It was a 2-hour consultation, and pretty much I can't tell you what all he'll tell you, because I went into the consultation with specific questions, and I got more information than what I went into the consultation for. So you'll pretty much get a welcome with open arms, but you're gonna get an abundance of information about Colombia from Drake. From the once again the culture of the people, the do's and the don'ts, the where to go, where not to go, what you're gonna attract, what not to attract. Stay away from the Tinder, stay away from those dating apps and stuff like that. How to organically meet people, how to network with people. You mentioned I got my veneers done. I mean, I'm going back in November, so I'm gonna do another consultation just because. Even though I don't need one, but I'm gonna do one just because.
Just because. Support the brother, no doubt, no doubt. And I plan to come. I might come up to see Dre as well, man. I've never been to Colombia. I've been to Brazil, but never Colombia. Mr. Murtha, make sure you contact me at kosherclinician@gmail.com for that non-diagnostic consultation. I cannot be your therapist, but I can give you a consultation based on commentary laws in the state of North Carolina. I'm licensed in the state of North Carolina. I'm not licensed across the greater United States. So if you want a clinical consultation, if you're serious about getting your mind right, come see me at kosherclinician@gmail.com to talk about the thinking errors that you're having, and also make sure you have your questions lined up. You know, Dre, quality service costs money. And, you know, if you want the best, you got to pay for it. You know, sometimes we want to get something from nothing. But if you want best service and you want the right service, you have to pay for it. I'm a licensed therapist. I have 3 degrees. I went to the greatest school in the country, in my opinion, no cap, the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. It don't get no better than what we call him. I ain't going to say Black Jesus because that's sacrilegious, but they call Michael Jordan Black Jesus. So, I won't call him that because that's sacrilegious. But it don't get no better than going to the school where Michael Jordan played basketball for. It don't get no better than that. That was a dream of mine and it came true. But before we end this stream, guys, I need you guys once again to feed the algorithm. And then I'm going to ask Dre a few more questions. We're going to sign off. It's been a very powerful show. I might have to make this one, guys. I'll make it private. But hold tight. I need you guys, get the likes up, and once again, feed the algorithm. All right, feed the algorithm. The robot got to eat too, man. You got to keep the lights on. The robot got to eat. We don't feed the robot, he won't feed me. So I need you guys to feed the robot. When you feed the robot, then you help feed me. But Dre, you know, we're going to sign off in a minute. Troy, what have you got from the stream, and how has the stream been beneficial to you and your mental well-being, brother?
It's beneficial to me because I experienced it. The majority of the things that Drake talked about, I'm not married. I haven't experienced like that marriage life or those things, but just the feeling of going over there and the difference of the women, I experienced it. So it's more so confirmation to me, and this is a message to these other brothers on how we need to get ourselves together and go where we appreciate it to get a good woman.
And what was the biggest thing that you saw on Top Gun in the femininity of women in Cali, Colombia? Because I believe Cali is the place for men that want wives. If you're serious about a wife, go to Cali, Colombia. But what did you see in the women in Cali, Colombia, Top Gun, that said, you know what, this is the place I'm going to lay my head down and find my queen? What was about the women in Cali that gave you hope?
Well, I saw it from 2 different perspectives. One of the brothers that flew in with me was kind of going through some issues, issues we all deal with. And I seen that brother lose about 15 years off his life, just like that glow just came back in a day and a half.
It did, didn't it?
And that's just like in a day and a half. So that's from the outside looking in. But from the inside looking in, once again, I met some beautiful women over there that were very nice. That we don't have to lead with our money, just us being us. Normal conversation. I got complimented by every woman that I talked to just for being a nice dude and how nice I were and how nice I were to them. It's unexplainable because I've never felt it before.
Dre, this is the part of the show, man, that we got to come up with what I call solutions. So we're going to talk about the solutions I want you to give your final comments, and I look forward, Dre, to having you back on next Saturday with Luke Casey. This is going to be a very powerful trilogy. Dre is an awesome brother, man. I love the brother, good brother, man. I feel like I've known Dre for years. Me and Dre, we talked on the phone, man. We were chopping it up for about hours, man. And I feel like I've known Dre for years. And, you know, Dre, before we end, we're going to talk about redemption, because you are a man that experienced redemption. You at one point spent some time in the feds. I want you to talk to the audience about that. But in the meantime, guys, this is the part of the show.
This is the part of the show where we find solutions.
All right, let's find some solutions. Okay.
So let's find some solutions, no doubt.
10 years deep in the feds, 2 years in the state incarceration, and then all my 90s were gone. So just give you guys and ladies a visual. I was incarcerated when Boys to Men dropped their first song. I didn't get out of incarceration until I asked my brother, I say, who's on the radio now? My brother said there's a group called Cash Money Millionaires. So just in case all the Biggie, I'm gone. All the Pac era, I'm gone. I'm gone so long, I'm in there with Gotti. I'm in there with it was crazy. When Pac died, I'm seeing all these young dudes crying, just in tears. Like, what happened? Man, they killed Pac, they killed Pac. Well, I couldn't feel what they were feeling because I never experienced the Pac era. That's how long I was away. However, when it was all said and done, never did my federal number hold me back. Never did my state number hold me back. I ended up becoming, for 20 years after that, an academic college recruiter, helping young people as well as adults get their education. I worked for colleges across the country. I've spoken on platforms around the country. I've actually won the regional, the local, citywide, and regional of Toastmasters. I was on my way to nationals and I lost, but that was to my boy, a good dude. And so I've always been involved in everything from 100 Black Men to Boys and Girls Club, Big Brothers, Big Sisters. I've always been involved in volunteering in the community with programs to where we went in and helped youth that were going through issues to become better young men and young women. So this moment in time, that 10 years, yes, was snatched from me, but at the same time, God had a blueprint for a better life. Even while I was in the feds, I was doing so much public speaking that my last 2 years, they literally were shipping me around the country to go speak to children in juvenile centers. And I was a high school speaker, to where, when they have everybody meet up in the auditorium or everybody meet up in the gymnasium because a speaker is coming to town, I was that speaker, even though I was still doing time in the feds. So that goes to show you how the universe works in regards to, if you're doing positive things, positivity will come back to you. So once I got out, I was one of those people that actually believe you can't get a passport. I'm dreaming about going to these places. I've met all these so-called criminals from around the world, but yet I can't go visit to their countries because I'm actually thinking I can't get a passport, which was far from the truth. So my goal was, and I didn't get a chance to share this with Troy, right? Actually, I applied for my passport just so they can reject it, so I could find out why they rejected it, so I could clean it up and get accepted. That was my plan with getting my passport. I was actually thinking, well, you got all these numbers behind your name, Andre. They're not going to give you a passport. So at least find out what it is, and then you can clean it up. So I applied for my passport 100% expecting that's going to be rejected. And in 4 weeks, it was accepted. It was in the mail. And I'm like, oh snap, I got a passport for real? And so I start researching why did I get the passport? Because I knew other men and women that were incarcerated. And why did I get one? And so I got a chance to find out and share information, especially the last episode that we did on Love Crossing Borders yesterday, to share information on why a person that's incarcerated, or a person that owes back taxes, or even a person that owes child support can still get their passport under many circumstances. Not all circumstances, but many circumstances you can still do that. So I'm prime example of that a person that life and God actually opened up many doors to where I could meet gentlemen such as yourself and continue to meet my wife and other individuals and progress. So do realize that even though life gives you a turn, that you still have an opportunity once you get to the fork in the road to make a positive turn towards the life that you truly deserve. And a part of it is like when I got a chance to meet Troy and all the other guys at the airport, that probably was the best part for me when Troy came down and all the other brothers came down. Yes, we went out hanging out. Yes, we went to eat and you guys did the tours and so forth. But the part for me was to see these black men getting off the plane and walking towards me, and I step out the truck and see these guys actually here in Cali, Colombia, to be able to confirm everything that I was saying about life in South America as well as Central America. That was my blessing that those guys gave me.
Dre, I'm going to ask you this question, and then Troy, and then we're going to end this stream. It's been a great stream, but sympathy is an epidemic. Many of our men have been raised in matriarchal cultures where they defer power instead of demanding power. What is the antithesis to gravely trained sympathy?
That's an easy question.
What's the antithesis, Dre? And thank you, Jenny Morena. Thank you, dear. You're so kind. Thank you, Jenny. Appreciate it, sister. Thank you. But go ahead, Dre.
Jenny been riding from moment one. Shout out.
Oh yeah. She's a sweet sister, man. Love her to death. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you.
That answer is simple. When you got your passport, you don't give a dang about the simps in the United States. I don't care. You don't. Well, I can't look at the United States as a baby with an umbilical cord. There are going to be simps in the United States. There are going to be a few simps with passports, just a few.
Just a few, right?
With passports, but there's not enough simps to make me take notice of what simps do. My job is to be there for brothers such as yourself. My job is to be there to be an example, a positive example for brothers like Troy. Troy is an example for the next brother that's going to come to South or Central America or to Asia. The other brothers are examples. And so that's my job. I have no ladies. If you want the truth, that's what we're going to leave you with anyway. We leaving you with Pookies and Ray Rays and Simps. I'm sorry. The dudes that got sense in their head, they get passports anyway. So the reason why we don't think about simps and Pookies and Ray Ray, because since you want to be independent and you want black men, you can have black men, but there's going to be a version of black men that we're going to leave you with. I'm going to say that again. You want black men, cool. Black men got passports and leaving, cool. So what are you going to be left with? Pookie, Ray Ray, simps. We don't study Pookies, we don't study Ray Rays, and we don't study simps. So when your relationships don't work out, ain't our fault. We knew you was going to be left with a simp. Hit you, he's a simp.
Right.
He sat back and got you pregnant with 2 more kids, he's Ray Ray. He went your purse and took your money, he's Pookie.
Right.
We are not going to argue with this over. I try to let women in the States know, whether you be black, white, Latin, men are done arguing with you and trying to convince you that we are good men.
Right.
So therefore, good men are getting passports, going to where they're appreciated, and we are leaving you with the men you want. You said you want black men, we leaving you with black men. But here's the catch. You never said what type of black men you want to be left with. We leaving you with simps, and we leaving you with your Pookies, and we leaving you with the Ray Ray, because Ray Ray will never get a passport for the most part. Pookie, for the most part, will never get a passport, and the simps will never get a passport. So you can have all those versions of a black man, but the rest of us, we out, and we're not about to argue with you about it.
Oh, no.
You can stand in front of a door and stop us, but you can't stand in front of an airport line and stop us.
Well, listen, men are the progenitors. You know, I will be surprised if a new band of brothers go and start their own communities. You know, they might start Drayville and Troyville. You know, these single men starting their own, not with Dre's married, but starting their own communities. Because see, listen, the original pilgrims, you know, they were travelers. Our ancestors were travelers. They were travelers. And you know, James Turner. You know, you've been talking a lot of junk, man. So you know, I'm gonna have to hit you with that kosher swag in a minute, because you've been talking a lot of junk. You know, I know you said you didn't want to hear this velvet voice, but James, when you get to South Africa, I want you to tell them fine South America, fine South African women. I want you to hit them with some Luther and say, how does Luther say it? I can't even think about what song Luther was saying, man. But anyway, when you get to South Africa, make sure you don't lose your mind, man, because there's some good ones in South Africa as well. And once again, when you stand before them pretty horsey women, you gotta say it in your Luther voice. If this world was mine, I would cast at your feet all that I have. I had to give it to him, Dre.
Yeah. You get off the plane and you go to Africa.
That's South Africa.
I ain't placing nothing at your feet. I'm the man. I'm the prize. I'm the Americana.
Oh my goodness, man. Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna place that feet in my own country. I'm not about to go to another country. Right. No, bro. We gonna sit up here and do this as a team. I'm the leader, and you are the manager. You manage all of this. Statistics show that 70% of all what's purchased in a household is purchased by the woman. You manage that. You make sure you take care of this. Make sure all that. You manage things while I make sure that this money is taken care of. I make sure that provision, protection, and peace is in this household. That's my job as a leader, to take this family in the direction that it needs to go. But to sit back and wait for you talking about if this were for mine, I'll place at your feet. Girl, I ain't placing nothing. Days are gone. That's Pookie, Ray, and Simp. You can find a man. Find a man online in the United States who's gonna feel like that. And ask for us for a true passport, bro. Them days are done. Done.
Right.
I ain't bought, man, listen, I can't tell you the last time I even thought about, even before I met Andrea, buying flowers, cars, and candy for a woman in the United States. I wish I would.
Right.
I won't waste my time. I'm not about to take you to no movie. I'm not about to buy you a glass of wine. Valentine's Day gonna come and go. You gonna see the 12th go, the 13th, and the 15th go by. I ain't buying no Valentine's Day gift.
Right.
You don't deserve none of that.
Right.
You remember Pookie Ray's birthday? Continue on.
And you know what? You know what, Dre, man? We need to do a show called "She Gonna Earn It." And we also need to do a show called "Who Your Folks." Who Your Folks is, because so many men. Yeah, who your people is, yeah. Because so many people, Dre, have given women the beauty and also the power of women of tradition, but they never earned it. Men, simps just give their power away. They buy flowers and candy and, that's my queen, but she ain't earned that. She don't honor you. She don't serve you. Everything you're begging her for, she gave it to Raekwon the Man for free. And I'm gonna be a queen, I'm gonna treat her good and all that. And I'm not against doing that, Dre. Don't get it wrong. I think a man should do that to the right woman. But but these simps just give it away for free. They're unconscious simps. They don't know any better, And if I had to go talk to the clinical board, I would put simping in the DSM-5 because it's a mental illness. Simping should be diagnosed as a mental illness. No, y'all laugh. Yeah, it should be diagnosed as a mental illness, man.
Article.
Yeah, simping. Yeah, the new phenomenon in the American simp. Because men just it's a thinking error. It's a thinking error of minimization. And they minimize the importance. And many times modern women, they tend to minimize your pain, they minimize your suffering, they minimize your experience. But on the flip side, imagine a man told a woman, well, you know, you got sexual assaulted because you deserved it. But when a man tell a woman what he's been through, I've been through abuse, I've been through X, Y, Z, well, maybe it was something you did wrong, or maybe you chose wrong. And sometimes it ain't got nothing to do with choosing wrong. Just like people say, you got to vet them. You can never vet a person 100%. Never. I'm going to say it again to all the people that say that old goofy mess, you got to vet them right. You can never vet a person 100% because some people will hide stuff. You don't know nothing about that person in their younger years. You don't know nothing about that person in their college years. You don't know nothing about that person when in their hometown. You don't know. People will become what you want them to become. Like I said, some people, Dre, never change because the gospel say, can a leopard change his stripes? Stripes, yeah. They just adjust. They never change, Dre. They just adjust it. They studied you, they listen to what you like, and they just adjust, which is a form of manipulation. And see what happens, Dre, when you present them with the evidence and say, well, no, I know you did this and you did that, Dre. They'll get mad, because they got a scheme affliction, and then they'll turn around and do this. They'll turn around and gaslight you. They'll make you think you're crazy. And they did it, but you'll say, well, you know what? Well, maybe they didn't do it. Even though you see the evidence, even though you got that, you might even have the evidence. But they're so good with their reverse psychology, they'll play Jedi mind tricks because some of these simps, Dre and Top Gun, has been so conditioned by some of these modern women, and some of these modern women are actually using witchcraft that to the point that these men now they're spellbound. They spellbound, Dre. They don't know any better. They're so good at using manipulation and reverse psychology that these women have them spellbound. And some of them, Dre and Top Gun, are actually using witchcraft. They're literally using witchcraft on them. They don't know it. That tomato sauce that you ate. That's down here. Right. We need to talk about that at some point too, Dre, about witchcraft in South America. But that tomato sauce you ate, them asparagus, or she was, around the bed with candles, and you said, well, why are you in here chanting? She said, I'm praying for you. No, she ain't praying for you. She's putting a spell on you. And that's why some of you men are spellbound, because you've been under the influence of a woman using witchcraft. But that's another story. But Dre, once you get out of the stream, man, we're gonna sign off. If anybody got a question to ask Dre, I got about 2 minutes. If anybody got a question to ask Dre, but if not, we're gonna sign off. And on tomorrow, in the second part of this trilogy, we're gonna have the beautiful, the lovely, the talented, the educated, Luke Case the 20. This sister has been an advocate for men. She was an ardent supporter of a lot of male content like Kevin Samuels. I've seen it on The Lead Attorney. I've seen it on my channel. I've seen it on Richard Mack. I've seen it on Gale at Night. I've seen it on The Angry Man. She's been an ardent supporter of men content. And I'm not talking about a cheap supporter. Luke Case will be dropping some nuclear bombs, man. She be hitting folks in the head with some nice money. And so, good women like her makes doing these shows worth it, because it takes a lot of time gathering content. And real quick, Dre, before we end, before you tell me what you got from the stream, I want you to tell the audience, man, how long it takes to edit certain shows, to come up with the topic. No, seriously, Dre. He laughing. That's how hard it is. Give the audience an idea on the average show preparation, and then the longest show preparation you've ever done. This show literally took me over a span of time, about 2 days to put everything together to come up with that nasty intro. But tell the audience real quick, Dre.
Absolutely correct. On average, a lot of people don't realize. People actually think that content creators on YouTube is like so easy. It's like a photo. It's like a family video. Just throw a camera up front, no editing, no marketing, that is far from the truth. It is a lot of YouTubers, I'm gonna let you guys know about your favorite YouTubers. A lot of us talk to each other 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, 2:15 in the morning, because we know that all of us are up doing the exact same thing for the last 4, 5, 6 hours to put out a 20-minute video, 30-minute video,
right.
a 45-minute video. It is work.
It's a lot of work.
It? Yes, it is. We appreciate all that you do to support us and to let us know that you appreciate what we do. But do not take your YouTube content creators for granted. It is a business, because even after you create the video, now there's a marketing side of the business and the brand that you have to take advantage of before you go to sleep and go to bed. The only reason I get sleep now is because Andrea walks in this room and tells me, come to bed. If it wasn't for her, I would be up day after day after day editing, because we've got 4 channels, editing, putting everything together. So yes, there is work. So when you support Culture Condition in regards to what he does here with consultations, with cash apps, with just clicking the like button or putting a comment in the comment section about how you feel about the topic of the show, or super chats, all these things let him know that you guys appreciate all that he does. The last thing I want to say is this: the exact same thing I say about women in the United States in regards to men getting passports, I am just as passionate about women in the United States not putting up with BS from the Pookies and the Ray Rays. Ladies, get your passport. There are men around the world that will love you, appreciate you, take care of you, be there for you. They are on your team. Go, ladies, go where you are appreciated and not tolerated. You ain't got to deal with Pookie and Ray Ray till the day that you die. If Kevin told you that in the United States, your sexual marketplace is not that good, well, if you've been hitting the gym and you live in Brazil, you got a chance. If you've been taking care of your body and eating good and you got a good positive attitude and you come to Colombia, you got a chance.
You got a chance, right.
Same thing in DR. So ladies, don't sit back and think that I'm an advocate of it's all about the men, because I tell ladies just as fast, I know you tired of dealing with those headaches that men in the United States are putting you through, no matter what race, color, creed. Get your passport and go ahead and experience love on a global scale. And that's why we call it Love Crossing Borders.
Love Crossing Borders. But also tell them this, Dre, that in those countries, they better be ready to submit to the authority of a man. It ain't no egalitarian relationships abroad. The man is the man of that relationship. Am I talking right, Dre? Am I talking right?
You preaching, Pastor.
Listen,
in another country, ladies, you better be ready to be feminine.
Right.
One thing about that Troy can attest to, that and I love this about South and Central America, and even Asia. It's not about the submission of a man. Let's say they never got with a man. Let's say they never got married. They never start dating. I love the fact that these women, no matter what age and stage of life that they're in, they love being women.
Right.
They do not combat being. The only women that combat being women are of the LGBTQ community. Shout out, understandably. But the average Brazilian or Ecuadorian or woman from Paraguay or Uruguay or Mexico or any part, Panama, Costa Rica, these women love being a woman. To where in the United States, y'all make it seem like being a woman is just so hard, and oh my God, if I was born a rabbit, I'd be happier. Or if I was born a
rabbit,
I make being a woman so dreadful in the United States. And then you cross the border, and Detroit can attest.
They embrace it.
Love being a woman.
They love being a woman, right?
Love being a woman.
Right. And you know, Dre over there, not only do they love being a woman, they love to compete for that man. What does South American competition look like? What does it look like in South America to compete for a man?
I'll let Troy answer that one.
Go ahead, Troy.
It's a dime every time you turn your head, so they have to offer more than just looks and beauty and booty.
Way more, yep.
Way more. They have to offer more. So it's not just about looking good. It's about the duty. That's why these women like you asked me earlier about cooking and stuff like that. That's second nature to them.
Right, second nature, right.
Yeah, it's like going, you know, ask an American woman to cook a meal for you. It's like asking them to go to hell and get some of them demons and bring them back. It ain't gonna happen.
You know what the irony of it is, if Troy and you, Coach, and let's just say somebody, you know, all four of us, let's say it was four of us guys, and you guys came over to our house, and I'll say, hey babe, you know, all of us got the fellas hungry. Do you know that Andrea would not just make a plate for me? She's making a plate for everybody.
Right.
Because Andrea used to making a plate for her male nephews.
Right.
Her male cousins.
Right.
Her younger brother. Her dad. Her dad taught her how to cook. Dad was, she says all the time, Dad was like, I don't care if you burn it, baby. I don't care if it's no good. You're 11 years old. It's time for you to start learning how to cook for your man, for your future man. And the fact that she not only cooking was not just the stove, it was also the juice, and cooking by scratch, not from a box or from frozen. And also cooking was you served your man, and when he got done eating, you went and got the plate. That's cooking. So in North America, cooking is not preparing a meal and then all of a sudden telling him, well, I'm done cooking, go make yourself a plate. No, cooking entails the whole showing your family that you love the men of your family, and the men's families love you experience. Andre is not the only person that I have met that of female descent that I was in somebody's house and they made a plate for me. My closest friend, one of my closest friends in Tampa, when I was living in Tampa, if I stopped by her crib, she's from Puerto Rico. Listen, I ain't got to stand up. All I gotta do is just sit up there, listen to her talk. I'm talking. I'm in the living room. I might be having a beer. She cooks the whole meal. She brings me my plate. She makes her plate, her daughter's plate. We sit down, talking, chopping it up. She takes my plate away, takes her plate away, and her daughter's. It's not just Colombia. Even some of the Latin women in the United States were raised that cooking is not just the preparation of the food. Cooking is the whole experience.
It's the whole experience, right? Right.
You show this man you loved him with the whole experience, not just open up a can and then flopping it open and say, "Hey, here's your Spam, baby." That is not cooking. Cooking is the full experience of love. And I let my wife know every day I get a chance, and I say, "Baby, thank you very much for communicating without words."
And you know what, Luke Case, we're going to talk about this on tomorrow, because what they don't understand is that Luke Case is right. Those men would not be easily linked with you if you have babies from other men. Those men have standards. That's what, and people get mad at men in America, when they say of a woman, I've got kids. We're not trying to denigrate you if you got them, but if you got a child, or, a child is bad enough, but many got children. And look, we understand if you were married, if your husband passed, but we're not talking about, widows. We're talking about baby mamas. Baby mamas, just going out here recklessly having a bunch of kids by different men, Raekwon and Man, but then they'll come to damn you and talk about, I'm the package deal. How are you a package deal? What kind of deal is a man getting when you got the seed and the spawn of multiple men, or a man? Many kids. And see, women of the past, Dre, they were grateful to get a man, because they knew that once they had a kid, their SMV dropped. Sleeping with a bunch of men made your SMV drop, but also having a child, your SMV just dropped. Because, like Kevin Samuels said, what is something that ages with time and is severely used? How can you expect it to maintain a high level of value. It's contraindicated, and it doesn't mean that a person don't have any value. But that's like a man that sit on his ass. He don't work. He don't take care of his body. He don't have a vision. But he's sitting around talking about I want a top tier woman. I want a supermodel and a woman that's feminine. It ain't gonna happen. You don't deserve a woman like that, and no woman deserves a man of caliber, a quality. But you never hear men say I deserve a top tier woman. But you always hear women say, I deserve Troy and Andre, a top tier man. I'm gonna end on this note real quick. Will competition come back to America? I don't think it will, Andre.
I don't know, and I don't care.
Yeah, you don't care, right?
Brother.
Right.
And I don't care. If it does, I won't be around to see it because I never moved back to the United States. If it doesn't happen, I won't be around to see it because I will never live like United States. So one of the things, and I'm not trying to be flippant or egotistical, but one of the things that us passport brothers realize, if I've cut the umbilical cord, let's put it like this. If you used to watch football or hockey your whole life and you decide I'm not watching hockey anymore. If somebody starts talking about hockey players that you don't know nothing about,
you ain't got no interest in it no more.
Same thing with me in the United States. Really, in all sincerity, no offense, I love the United States, the people, I love Americans. But I have no ties to the everyday activities of the United States. So if y'all sat back and got together and had a kumbaya among black people, if sisters sat back and said from this day forth, we just gonna be with each other, forget brothers.
Right, you don't care. Right,
You're indifferent. Care.
Right.
I don't live in you. My mind is not centered around the NHL anymore. I don't care about what takes place among the relationships in the United States. You can't have 1 foot in and 1 foot out. So I decided, like a lot of Americans have done, both feet out.
You know, Dre, real quick about the side note. I know I said it a couple of minutes ago. I could talk to you for another 5 hours, man. Yeah, I love your energy, man. You're a bright brother, man. I love talking to you. Very intelligent brother. I love talking to you. But I heard you say something on your show, and it was very intriguing. And you said, Dre, you said something that was very profound. You said, I got a woman that fulfilled all my needs. You said, I couldn't believe it. I thought I was in heaven. What did you mean by that statement to the audience, real quick? And then this time, I promise you we're going to sign off.
What I meant by that, no, you ain't, but it's all right. You'll ride it out.
No, I'm going to sign off. I got to get up early.
Hour 6.5, guys, but I got one more question. Hey, I've been there, like last night and then today on Zoom's channel, so I'm with you, brother. What I meant by that is when you feel like you're in the heavens, you feel like it's not real. You feel like you're going to wake up one morning and I'm back in my cubicle, I'm back in the States, I'm back in a pseudo-healthy relationship. I'll tell you what I mean by pseudo-healthy. We're with somebody because chronologically we've been with them this long. Well, I've been with her for 5 years. I might as well go ahead and marry her. It's been 5 years. We do have 2 kids together. I might as well be with her. Chronologically, I feel like sometimes I'm going to wake up and there's nobody that's going to be showing me how to love them, as well as them showing me the appreciation of loving me. I've been on this planet for 50 years before I discovered real love. I've only been in real love for 5 years, so it's going to take me a minute to understand or really relate to this love. Every time Andrea does something, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm not even used to seeing my wife with a broom in her hand. I'm talking about a woman that's going to school, got her college degree, she's an accountant, goes to work, and she's Miss Professional, and she'll put on rubber gloves because she don't want to mess up her beautiful, expensive nails. Put on her rubber gloves and get in here. It could be 12 o'clock at night, and she's just scrubbing the floors.
Wow.
I'm not used to seeing that in a woman.
Wow, man.
I'm not used to seeing a woman telling me, baby, I'm about to go out dancing with my girls. Now, I'm going to make are you hungry right now? Make you a plate right now. Or I've already left the food in there, so when you get hungry. I'm not used to that. I'm not used to walking past a woman in I'm not used to walking past a woman in her 20s and she's on her knees praying to God for our family and our friends such as you guys.
Oh wow, that's powerful. That's powerful, man.
So I've only experienced it for 5 years. I experienced how women treated me in the United States for 50 years, from my mama to other women. So when I sit back and I say I'm still stunned in the dream zone, and you just won I won how many millions? I won. Wait a minute, did I win? You talking about the dude from the east side of Detroit that was incarcerated for 10 years and then did the state time, and the brother that stepped back didn't know what direction he wanted to take his life? You talking about I'm winning? Me? And so it takes a minute for you to even get accustomed or getting used to these ladies. But you know what? I love being like that because I don't take my wife and I don't take my Latin female friends for granted. Because I see that they got it from their mama, and I saw that they got it from their grandmama, and it's a cultural thing, not just because I'm a nice thing. In other words, guys think, well, your wife make a play for you? Man, listen. Her brother he just graduated college last year. He's a mechanic. He has his bachelor's degree. He works for the Chevy dealership around the corner. It's nothing for Camilo to come around and say, Andrea, I'm hungry. Andrea will cook, make his plate, make fresh juice, bring it to him. I'm in here. Bring fresh juice to him while he's on lunch break. Why? She's used to serving all the men of her life.
Right. Service.
All the men of her life.
Yes,
so
sir.
It's not just
right.
Me. So when dudes go on YouTube and be like, my wife did this, or my girl, man, listen.
That's normal.
Does that for all y'all.
For all y'all, right.
She'll do that for Troy, she'll do that for you. Everybody gets the love. Because in their eyes, the dynamic of communicating love to the community, one of them is the food. And the food is not just cooking, but the serving of the food is a part of non-verbal communication.
Right. It's a love language. It's an act of service. And that's what many don't understand, Dre. You know, marriage is duty. You know, you're the wife. You were made to serve your man. And, you know, the Simpsons of America got it backwards. You know, they be serving their wives, and, you know, they buy them homes and cars and diamond rings and, you know, and all that stuff. And, you know, and they still sitting home, singing that song by Patti LaBelle, that I'm on my own. And also they looking like this. Yes, they look like that Sip. But anyway, Drake, this has been a fire stream. I wish we had more people, but this has probably been one of the best and the most comprehensive stream. Drake, you are an awesome brother, man. I lie to you not, man. You and I talked. Troy told me, you know, told me to hook up with you, and I've been trying to reach. I said, damn, that damn dude, Drake, can't get in contact with him. But man, like I said, man, I feel like I've known you forever. I look forward to coming to Colombia. Maybe we're looking at some business ventures, man. I look forward to coming to Colombia. I was in Brazil for Frustrated 3, but I would love to come to Colombia, you know, to see part of Colombia, see Cali and, you know, Cartagena, or even Palenque, see the Afro-Brazilians. I'm looking forward to it, man. But anyway, man, powerful show. Part 3, guys, is coming up next Saturday. We're going to have the talented and the beautiful Luke Casey on tomorrow, and we're going to talk about some comprehensive game. It's going to be 8 o'clock on tomorrow.
All right.
Or 8 o'clock. Tell your people, man, Luke Hayes are not going to be doing a one-on-one. Now, ladies, this is for you. If you ladies want to, on tomorrow, come and ask Luke Hayes some questions after we have a comprehensive breakdown, feel free to do it. But like I said, guys are beginning to move. Troy is about to get on that train to freedom. Dre is already in the promised land, man. I'm going to start calling Dre the Apostle Dre. You know, he's the Apostle Dre.
Morpheus. Morpheus. You know, I love that Morpheus, man.
Yeah. He's the Apostle Dre, man. But anyway, guys, We're signing off. The guys enjoyed the stream. I enjoyed it. I didn't think it was going to be no 4 hours, man. But I told you I had a lot of questions for you, man. So many gems in this stream, man. I don't know how I had time to chop it up because the editing software won't let you upload 4 hours, man. So I got to figure out a way to chop this thing up. But anyway, guys, been a good stream, guys. We're about to sign off, guys. Get your mental health right. Get your mental health right. Once you get that right, go see Dre for a consultation and go see Dre for a trip to Brazil. And guys, we are signing off. Are you a victim of brokenness and despair? A broken man is a hopeless man, and a hopeless man is a very dangerous man. Many times, many of you young men that are listening come from homes that are very toxic and very dysfunctional. And because of that, many of you have deferred your power in many ways to the point it's led over into your social life, and many times led over into your relationships. If you guys are dealing with mental health pathologies, conscious and unconscious, come see me at kosherclinician@gmail.com. I don't know what's wrong with it, man. It seems like it's lagging. But anyway, guys, we're going to sign off with Dre, getting this Dre on with his beautiful wife. We're signing off, guys. Here we go.
Yeah.
Can y'all see it?
You know even try to. Nobody can match you. Don't for life. Sexy mind and body. You already got me now. Loving you madly. Girl, you might be matching your body. She no even trying, she got it. I'll be here beside you. Anything I got you. You know play. All you do is show.
Tell them run it off. I wake up. Yeah. I wake up, flex, thumb down now. Check, no drip this. What? Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck, but first I stretch. Tell them run it up. I wake up, flex, thumb down now. Check, no drip this. What? Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck, but first I stretch. Tell them run it up. 9 out of 10 roll through my hands, I'm by my lonely.
4 in the morning, you got me up, all cause you need to talk. To 4 in the evening, wanna break up, say that you've had enough. I'm tired of talking, again and again, argue about everything. You are my darling, let's kiss and make up, I know you wanna touch. You call me every night, call me every day, I just wanna get you alone now. Trust me when I say
Dre, man, I appreciate it, man. This, hold tight, let me end it.